Folks, it's 8:01. If you'll please rise with me, we'll start the day quickly, offering thanks to God and for our country in that order. If you please bow your heads. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for this great country and for the privilege you've allowed us to live within it, for all the rights and the obligations as citizens that you bestowed upon us, not the least of which is the ability to worship you verbally, open, and proudly as we do right now. We thank you for your creation. We thank you for the awesome responsibility of stewardship that you have entrusted us all with over your land and this great and noble breed of cattle. Lord, we'd ask that all of our actions that we do here during this week be pleasing in your sight, and we'd ask for your traveling graces on our judges, our exhibitors, and all of our many fans who are here watching. Forgive us where we fail you. All these things we ask in the name of your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ, and all the people said, if you'll face back here to the north end, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we can have a red Brahman cow show. Mr. Ryan Rash will be our judge for today for the open female classes. We'll share a little bit more of his information and resume with you. Presume he's amply qualified, or he dang sure wouldn't be standing in this ring in front of us right now. We will begin momentarily with Class 1 Red Brahman females, calved January 1st through February 28th, 2026. Exhibitors, red female exhibitors especially, it is going to be very important that you wear your correct number to your classes. Our lineup sheets only have your numbers on them and not your name. Do not presume that everybody knows who you are when there's not a name on the list. Please treat our volunteer help, most of which are our junior directors, with the respect that you would offer your grandmother. And if you can't treat your grandma with respect, bump this up a notch with our folks back there. They're going to try to get 600 head of cattle put in front of this gentleman over the course of the next 10 hours.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do mean this sincerely. It is such an honor and a privilege to be here to judge the All-American show that's here today. I know we've got a lot ahead to go through, but this has been a moment I've dreamed of pretty much my whole life out here. And I'm not going to cry first thing in there, but this is a big deal to me. And I'm going to do the best of my ability to make sure that every kid has a good time, gets a good look, and you're going to get an honest opinion. The four heifers in the lead came to me quite quickly, even though they are all very different in terms of their type and kind. The top pair, what it breaks out for me is the star-faced heifer has more of a look in terms of her silhouette. She's stronger behind her hump. She's more correct in terms of her lines and balance. She's a female that's got enough muscle for me. She's deep enough in terms of her body. She doesn't have near the body content of the heifer behind her, but she's also green and immature out here. I think she's a little better in terms of the way that she moves off of her rear two when she'll actually lead for the young man. Obviously, she's not in the best mood out here today, wanted to lay down on us just a little bit, but that's the heifer of the top pair I prefer. If you want the bolder-bodied, stouter female of the pair, you're going to use the heifer in second, because she is that. She's tremendously broody and opened up in terms of her rib. She's a heifer that's still nice enough in terms of her neck. I don't think she's as correct right behind her blade and in her top line. She's not as level in terms of her hip. Watch her go as she exits the arena. She's not quite as comfortable in terms of the way that she handles her rear pasterns out here. The heifer in third is the most striking individual of the group. She is so pretty in terms of her neck, her head. She's beautiful in terms of her lines. For me, when I get on top and behind the female, there's not enough to her. Compared to the top two, if there is enough for you, she can move up to the top of the class. The heifer in four is more like the heifer in two, because she is serving the body. Big body, broody, stout, big bone, big footed, big legged, all of those things are there. She's a female for me of the top four. She's the one that bothers me the most in terms of her structure. She's the most uncomfortable in terms of how she goes, but I do like the extras that she has. Heifer in five, one of the better moving ones out here. Good in terms of her structure, flatter in terms of her rib. This heifer is awfully attractive in terms of her top line and her balance. She gets too tight and cylindrical in terms of her body shape. She's too narrow in terms of the way that she goes from behind. This heifer is another one. I like her look. I like her presence. Her hip and hind legs have got to be better. Speckled neck heifer is the one standing in 8. I like her body shape. Better structure. That's a heifer that when she gets going, you like the way she moves off of her front end. She breaks too severely behind her blade. She gets flatter in terms of her rib. We've got a long-sided, very attractive heifer that closes out the class, that she's a little big for me, and she needs more to her. Excellent way to start. Please give those kids a big round of applause.
Your placings in class number 1 are as follows. 1184, Miss 4B Martini, 01 with a 26. Russell Bennett from Tunica, Louisiana. Second place to 1706, Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Third place to 482, Abigail Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Fourth in class to 1406, Caleb Cooper, Shudrant, Louisiana. Fifth place to 473, Adeline Como, Church Point, Louisiana. Sixth place to 2017, Addison Lee from New Boston, Texas. Seventh place in that class, 1762, Grayson Hinsey, Brenham, Texas. Eighth place to 595, Branham LaRue, Houston, Texas. Ninth to 1082, Carter Vaughn, Bell City, Louisiana. And 10th place to 527, Reese Vogt from Bernie, Texas. Class 2's in the arena right now. Class 2 has been split compared to what is in your book. The class splits between entry 1475 and entry 1456. Or these are the Decembers with the Novembers to follow. Class 2A. I'll remind you throughout the course of the day, especially in the Gray Cow Show, Numerous classes are split. We strongly encourage you to go to the Showman app, look at your class list, and figure out if you're going to be in the first or the second half of many of those large classes.
So we get into class 2 again. Lots of differences in terms of type and kind, but a lot of good ones out here. Simply put, the lighter colored female up front, I need to change less about her than the next heifers in line. I think she's good in terms of her body and her muscle proportion. I think she's one that's attractive enough in terms of her look and her silhouette. I think she's by far sounder than the next 2 cattle in terms of the way that she moves. And I know she's not perfect, but she's still the best moving, best footed one of the top 3. She's one that's a little shorter compared to the other 2 cattle. She's not quite as long and extended up front, but I'm seeing the one that I need to change the least about. I really like some parts and pieces of the heifer in 2. She's not wanting to cooperate real well out here, and she's doing a good job. That's a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of body and muscle. She's one that's still nice in terms of her neck. I need to change her at the foundation in terms of her size to her bone and foot. I need her to be more agile in the way that she goes. She wants to be a little off in terms of her hip placement. That's a gorgeous heifer in 3rd in terms of her design, her balance, her profile of the top 3. She's the flattest in her rib, the most tubular in terms of her body style, and a female that doesn't have quite as much muscle and mass. But I like all 3 of those really well, just differences in terms of height and kind. Gentleman up there that comes next, I like that heifer in terms of her look, her refinement, her femininity. She's too low in terms of her shoulder set. She's not as good in terms of her range of motion. Dark red heifer, strong top, level hip, really attractive. She gets too tight in terms of her body. She's too rigid in terms of her rear hock. Then we've got a deep-sided, broody female that's got to be stronger behind her hump and her blade. She's got to be more level in terms of her silhouette. The little heifer there, really good for what she is in terms of her body shape, her style, her balance. She's too compact and jammed together for me. Have the opposite in the dark red heifer, long, extended, pretty, not enough to her in terms of muscle and mass. This heifer next is one that I like the fact that she's got some added dimension when you get in behind her. Her hip and hind leg bother me some. Young lady's heifer that can lose the class. One that's very nice neck, smooth and flat in terms of her shoulder. Her hip and her hind leg bother me the most of any of them in the class. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your placings in class number 2A, the December heifers, are as follows. First place to 2106, VBCC Miss Coquetta 79 with a 1, Kai Vera from Kingsbury, Texas. Second in class to 348, Ella Pirtle, Henderson, Texas. Third place to 419, Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Fourth place is 1114, Wyatt Daniels from Water Valley, Mississippi. Fifth place to 2038, Clara Jalofka, Sulphur Springs, Texas. Sixth place to 1475, Barry Belt, Huntsville, Texas. Seventh place to 946, Baxter Whitworth, Henderson, Texas. Eighth place to 1289, Deacon Thomas from Sardis, Mississippi. Ninth place to 1231, Briar Ickle from West Texas. And 10th place to 1036, Cheyenne Thornburg from Gilmer, Texas. Now making selections from Class 2B. These are the November of 2025 born heifers.
Well, another very good class, but again, there's some differences out here. None of them really pair together. The dark red heifer of the top three, well, I know she's a little narrow in terms of the way she goes up front and behind. She's the more fluid moving female that's longer in her stride. She's more correct in terms of her hock. She's a heifer that's got enough body width and enough muscle. I think she's good enough in terms of her look. She's not as attractive as the next two heifers in terms of her front end. I change her in terms of her hip placement and assembly. She wins this particular class because she's simply sounder. Gentleman's heifer in second, stops. She wins for me. Tremendous look, tremendous presence. She's a female that I've got to change her rear tires to get her up at the class. She's just too straight and restricted in her hock. Heifer in third, big bodied, attractive fronted, breaks behind her shoulder. Heifer in four is one that I like the body shape and the muscle. She gets too tight and tense and top side of her spine. That young lady's heifer is really good in terms of her length and extension. She gets too tight in terms of her rear too. The next two heifers, very similar in terms of type kind, long-sided, level design cattle that need more to them in terms of muscle and mass. This heifer's one that's bold-bodied and deep-centered. She's too compact and short in terms of her general makeup and design for me. Got a long-sided dark red heifer of the little guys. Really like her look and presence. Not quite good enough in terms of her structure. Beautiful dark red heifer coming next. It's got to be different in terms of her body shape. She's got to be more correct in terms of her front end assembly. This heifer here is another one. Got a really good look up front. He does a nice job showing her hip, her hind leg, and her front structure. Simply not competent enough to move up any higher in that competitive class. Y'all aren't being a real good crowd yet. Y'all put your hands together and give them a big round of applause.
Exhibitors, wear your correct number to your class. You're creating bookkeeping issues. Wear your correct number to your class. Placings in Class 2B. These will be the November heifers. First place to 2105, VBCC, Miss Esmeralda, 78 with a 1. Kai Vera, Kingsbury, Texas. Second is 450, Laney Reeves from Kilgore, Texas. Third place went to entry number Third place goes to Peyton Pitts from hold, please. First place was Kai Vera. Second place was Laney Reeves. Third place, 1916, Reckless Keen from Milano, Texas. Fourth in class to 221, Peyton Pitts, Laurel, Mississippi. Fifth place to 1057, Cameron Carlisle from Gilmer, Texas. Sixth place to 1085, Mackenzie No, Gordon, Texas. Seventh in class to 529, Addison Granger from Iowa, Louisiana. Eighth in class to entry number 1577, Avery Ballard, Mineola, Texas. Ninth place to Sebastian Williams from Venus, Texas. 10th in class to Keegan Skipper from Perkinston, Mississippi. And 11th place to 1456, Hunter Ballard, Mineola, Texas. Now working on the October yearlings, coming yearlings, we've got 10 in this class.
I'm not trying to sound like a broken record out here, but again, in this class, probably even more pronounced than the others, there's a lot of good ones, but there's just so much difference in terms of type and kind, and there aren't two similar to land on. I think this top three is very good. Some of you will say that the heifer in the lead doesn't have enough body, and she's too skinny out here. I agree with that. She's by far the soundest moving heifer of the group, who's the best in terms of her structure. She's the most beautiful in terms of her look, her balance, her symmetry. Get in behind, and on top of that heifer, she has enough muscle for me. Would I like to see her bolder in terms of her body shape? Would I like to drop her down in terms of her depth of side? Absolutely. She is so much more correct in terms of her structure than the heifer in two. She's got to win for me, because those of you know me, structure is my priority. Heifer in second stopped. I love lots of things about her. She's neat neck. She's good looking. She's got a lot more body. She's even got more muscle than the heifer up front of her. She's just not nearly as agile and accurate as the way that she goes at the ground, particularly off of her hock, her hip, and her pastern. Change out those rear tires. I'm big in on that dark red heifer there. Another heifer that I like in terms of her structure, the way that she moves, is the heifer in third. She is too short. She is too compact in terms of her front end and her body, but she's deep-sided. She's broody. She's excellent in terms of the way that she moves. She gets to be third for me. This heifer is another one stopped. I like a lot of things about her. Of the top five, she bothers me the most. Off either end of her skeleton, watch her as she exits the ring. She's just too tight and restricted. That young lady does an awesome job, and when she gets her pegged, you can go all the way up to the front. This young man's got a heifer that's attractive and good looking. She's too frail and refined in terms of her bone and foot. The next heifer's strong topped and level line. Too straight and restricted in terms of her pastern. This young lady does another nice job. Really good in terms of length and levelness. Too tight and tubular. This young lady here, this is when you figure out as a judge you're human, because everything in me wants to run that little girl to the top of the class, because she's so cute and she does such a good job. Heifer won't allow me to get her up any higher. She's just not good enough in terms of her structural build. She's not wide enough. This young man, another one, did a good job showing. Long-sided female, got to be built wider from the ground up, got to be better in terms of her range of motion. Another good class. Give them a big round of applause.
Placings in class number 3. First place to 133, Merino Ms. Lady Rare Repeat, Lily Golden from Grand Lake, Louisiana. Second in class to 813, Merritt Montalbano, Gilmer, Texas. Third place to 2022, Dallas Ryan from Sebring, Florida. Fourth place to 1861, Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. Fifth place to 1060, Kinsler Albright from Gilmer, Texas. Sixth in class to 1155, Mason Andrus, Kaplan, Louisiana. Seventh place to 1117, Adeline Lewis from Wiggins, Mississippi. Eighth place to 797, Emma Thomas from Lake City, Florida. Ninth place to 198, Lenny Livingston, Creole, Louisiana. And 10th place to 1230, Mr. Briar Hickle from West, Texas. Move now to the last class of the calf division of the Red Cows. This is class number 4. These are the September heifers, and we have 9 head in this class.
Well, I think by far and away the most logical class that we've had in the calf division, and of what we've seen so far, I'll just be honest with you, that heifer in the lead is the closest to the ideal for me of what's been exhibited so far. She's one that's attractive. She has balance. She has symmetry. She's got power, muscle, wit, dimension, and proportion. It blends together good in terms of her transition. In terms of her structure, she's comfortable and fluid. Is she a little upright in terms of her knee? Yes. Does she miss her stride by like 1/4 of an inch from behind? Yes. She's still the best structured female in the class. And after that, I really like a lot of things about that one in front. She's my kind. After that, we've got a stout, big-bodied one that's tremendous in terms of her bone. You can see in terms of the speckled heifer's front end, not as elite in terms of her look. She's not as correct and articulate in terms of her hock. Young lady's heifer here, stout-legged, long-bodied. She's the one that bothers me the most in terms of her body style. And then when we get her moving of the top three, she bothers me the most in terms of her hip, hock, and pastern. This heifer's green and skinny, but I think she's got future. One of the better built, better structured females. She's just not enough there today, not good enough in terms of her show ring condition. Deep-bodied, soggy, broody female, that she's too flat and weak in terms of her rear pastern. She's got to have more hip and muscle when I get in behind her. This heifer's long-necked and attractive. Her breaks behind her blade and shoulder, not as strong behind her hump. This is another one that's got some added bone and foot size, deep-bodied. I need to see her change different in terms of her hip. Young lady's heifer, long-necked, long-sided, extra high-performing. She's too round in the way that she's made out of her shoulder, her hip, and her hind leg. We close with a heifer that's strong-topped and long-sided. She's got to have more to her overall. Again, give them a big round of applause, please.
Your placings in Class 4, entry 901 was first. That is Mr. Ty Ritchie from Gladewater, Texas, with JPF Polled Ruthie 7 with a 5. Second place to 423, Abigail Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Third place to 398, June Patty from Diana, Texas. Fourth to 106, Natalie McNabb from Sebring, Florida. Fifth in class to entry 1408, Colt Kamich. Sixth place, 2061, Mason Andrews from Kaplan, Louisiana. Seventh to 1081, Hayden Montana, Gilmer, Texas. 8th to 1065, Aaliyah Albright, Gilmer, Texas. 9th to 1062, Kinsler Albright from Gilmer, Texas. Let's set your calf drive for you. We'll have 5 heifers out here in the drive. The Spring Heifer Champion was exhibited by Russell Bennett from Tunica, Mississippi. Tunica, Louisiana. Second place in that class is Lily Larson. There are 5 class winners and 5 class reserves in the calf drive. We all good now. 2A, your first place winner, was exhibited by Kai Vera from Kingsbury, Texas. Reserve class champion was Ella Pirtle, Henderson, Texas. Class 2B, Kai Vera, with entry 2105, won the Class 2B. Second in that class was exhibited by Reckless Keen from Milano, Texas. Third place, your class winner, Class 3, was won by Lily Golden from Grand Lake, Louisiana. Merritt Montalbano from Gilmer, Texas, was second in that class. And in the September calves, that class was won by Ty Ritchie from Gladewater, Texas. Second place in that class was won by Abigail Vernon. This is your calf champion, Red Cow Drive.
Well, as we get out here in the first division, again, I'm going to say this at the beginning. Y'all got to be way better at clapping for these kids. I do this a lot, more than most people. I turn around and I look at you guys in the stands, no matter where I am. Y'all look like y'all are at a funeral instead of a livestock show. We spend way too much money, time, and effort to doing this, to not be excited, to not be happy, to not clap. And most importantly, and I mean this, when any judge asks you to clap for your kid, they're your kid. they're not my kid. You should want to jump up and down, hoot and holler to support them. And sometimes it's real good when we get to a calf division drive at the national show or the grand drive when y'all all get excited and clap. Y'all forget that in those classes, that may be the only applause that kid ever gets, and y'all fail them. And so I will yell at you throughout the day. So put your hands together, give them a big round of applause. It's just that simple right there. This is a good lineup, and the seconds are good. I'll be real honest with you as far as the champion. It's a no-brainer for me. Heifer on the end is the winner. Congratulations to you. After that, I think it's a little closer. I really like this heifer up front. Star-faced heifer. I think she's good looking. I think she's one of the sounder ones in terms of her movement. Again, she's a little green out here, but she's young. I think there's a lot to her, and I think she's pretty solid. The next heifer is one that she won that class. She was simply better moving. She's not quite as good in terms of her hip or her front end. The heifer next is gorgeous through the front 1/3 of her body. She's good in terms of her lines. When she gets moving, she gets a little discombobulated in terms of her rear too. I really like that heifer right there. She's got a striking look. She's beautiful in terms of her balance. She's one of the better moving ones. Today, there's just not enough to her. But 60 to 90 days away, if she's managed right, y'all are going to take another look at that heifer right there because she's built for speed. Then we got a stout, powerful, big-bodied one that's not quite as elite in terms of her look. I like the star-faced heifer up front to be reserved. Congratulations to you.
I've been telling y'all to clap for these kids for years. He tells you once and you do it. Amazing. We got to be excited for all the kids. Your class calf champion Red Brahman cow was entry 901 out of class 4, Mr. Ty Ritchie from Gladewater, Texas. Your reserve calf champion was 1184 Russell Bennett out of class 1 from Tunica, Louisiana. Move now to class number 7 in the Red Brahman female shows. They were born during the month of August 2025. Folks, Class 7 is in the ring right now. We're missing a couple of people for Class 8. We have almost nobody here for Class 9, which is shocking because generally we're 5 classes ahead. We'll remind you, we understand there are some sound issues out in the tie barns. It remains the sole responsibility of the exhibitor to be on time for their class. But we have a live stream. You have the phones that you can call somebody's mama who's going to be in the stands watching all day. Please pay close attention to make sure that we are on time for our classes.
Starting out the second division here, an interesting mix. And I'll just be honest with you, I don't know if my mother's made it to the stands yet or not, but she tells me I'm way too honest when I have a microphone in my hand. I tell her it's worked for me this far, so I'm just going to keep at it. I can modify all of them structurally, just to be honest with you. And so that's a little bit of a wash. With that being said, that is still the best moving heifer of the top 4, even though she's not as correct in terms of her hock and the way that she sets down as a surface as she needs to be. Then she's got enough balance, she's got enough body. She's again a heifer that I need to change or modify less in that female than the other ones, so she wins. This heifer stopped from the shoulder back, love her body, love her broodiness, bone, foot, hip. She's too low set in terms of her front end. She needs to be more ladylike. Watch her goes. She's just not good enough in terms of her coordination off of her hind two. This is a good heifer, and this young lady's been here a lot. She does a good job. Strong top, good fronted, long-sided. Her spine and her hip are just not as competent as they need to be. Young lady, when you get that heifer stopped, you win the class for me by a good margin because she's really good looking, she's stout, she's powerful. Of the top 4, I've got to change her way too much on either end of her skeleton, but stopped, it's a home run. This is a heifer that's one of the better ones in terms of movement. There's not enough to her in terms of body. Little guy's got a stout, powerful heifer, 2 round in terms of her hip. Dark red heifer, long, level, good in terms of design. She's too tight and tubular in terms of her body. Then we've got a heifer that's a different type, big bodied, moderate frame. She's too compact. She breaks and separates too much in terms of her top line. The next heifer is beautifully feminine, long-sided, needs more rib and muscle. This heifer's the opposite. She's deep bodied, she's squared. She's not as good in terms of her movement. We've got a heifer here that's a nice fronted and deep bodied. She's got to be better in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Finished out with one that is nice in terms of her front end, good in terms of her length. There's just not enough to her. Once again, don't give up on me, audience. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your placings in class number 7, first place to 374, Miss LPC 297, Lily Vogt, Bernie, Texas. Second in class went to 1685, Sadie Stibe from Maringouin, Louisiana. Third place to 795, Emma Thomas, Lake City, Florida. Fourth in class to 2291, Caitlin Trevino, Madisonville, Texas. Fifth place to 472, Adeline Como, Church Point, Louisiana. Sixth place to 2077, Hudson Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Seventh in class to 2110, Drake Vera, Kingsbury, Texas. Eighth place to 1178, Gracie Nunez, Iowa, Louisiana. Ninth in class to entry number Claire Townsend. Claire comes to us from Gladewater, Texas. 10th place to 638, Weston Taylor from Bogachita, Mississippi. And 11th to 2131, Hadley Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. Move now to class number 8. These are the July Yearlings in class 8. Trivia time, trivia time. The only ones that can answer this question are Pee Wee Showman. What do Alexander the Great and Smokey the Bear have in common? What do Alexander the Great and Smokey the Bear have in common? Come here, baby. Come here. What do Smokey the Bear and Alexander the Great have in common?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You just told me.
I can't see it. I don't want to.
They have the same middle name. Give this young lady a round of applause. Folks, we do this one every year. That was the favorite of Dr. John Sullivan from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, who manned the microphone at the first 24 All-Americans. And we lost him very tragically a long time ago now, Cindy, in an accident at the Parker Coliseum in Baton Rouge. The All-American would not be what it is today without two men at the start of it. Mr. Raymond Long from Lottie, Louisiana, who was the president in the earliest days of it and supported it and helped it grow, and his right-hand crime partner in crime, Dr. Sullivan. Learn something every time you come to one of these things. If we quit saying these men's names and women's names, they'll disappear. As long as they're here and they're on our tongues, they continue to live.
in this particular class. The young lady that's leading up to the front, I think in the top pair comparatively, she's smoother at the set of her shoulder. She's stronger behind her hump and her blade. I think they're about equal in terms of body shape, content, and muscle. I think there's just a little more better, or she's a little better in terms of her design, in terms of her movement. I think she's good enough, not perfect. This heifer misfooted herself on the way in, on the bar at the gate. Wasn't a great first impression, but the longer she comes out here and stays, I think she's a nice heifer. She's one that in terms of her body shape, I like her. One in terms of her broodiness, I think she's good enough in terms of her front end. Her hip needs to be considerably better. If we would level that hip and make that more fashionable, she'd be able to go differently. This is a long-sided, stout female that's long-bodied. She's a heifer, though, that I need to change her in terms of her lower shape. I need to change her in terms of her knee. That heifer there has got a lot of muscle, a lot of power. Dark red heifer is one for me. She gets way too upright off either end of her skeleton. That heifer's stout bone, big-footed, good in terms of body. She's just too flat and soft. In terms of her rear tires out here, I've got to say her stronger. In terms of her pasterns, we got a nice-bodied heifer that's good in terms of her top line. She's a little flatter and frailer for me. Then we've got a tall, long female here that's good through her front end. She's too restricted in terms of her hock. That heifer's nice neck. She's too flat in terms of her body. There's not enough to her. Another great set of kids, good cattle. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your placings in class number 8. First place to 1053, VBCC Miss Griselda, 72 with the 1. Brooklyn McNutt from Gilmer, Texas. Second in class to 1513, Miss Rafter T180, Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. Move back. Third place. 890, Olivia Vidrine, Riddell, Louisiana. Fourth place to 1086, Caroline Korenick, Dickinson, Texas. Fifth place to 692, Lily Vidrine, Riddell, Louisiana. Sixth place to 1291, Dason Thomas, Sardis, Mississippi. Seventh place to 2104, Kai Vera, Kingsbury, Texas. And eighth place to 1792, Garrick Addington, Bunkie, Louisiana. Turn the page, class number 9, June Brahman females. These are the June yearlings.
get out here in this class, and the top two just separate and divide from me in terms of the way that they set down at the surface in terms of their rear pastern. While this heifer in the lead needs to be better in terms of her hip, she's significantly more stable in the way that she sets her pastern and her hock down when we put her in motion, and yet she's a female that's got some body and some muscle. I could change her in terms of her hip just a little. I just really like the way she sets down at the ground better than the heifer in two. Heifer in two stopped, wins the class for me. Attractive, good looking, show ring oriented, got enough balance and symmetry, proportion, dimension, and width. Watch her as she exits the ring. She is just not comfortable. She is not competent or confident in the way that she sets down her rear pastern. If I fix that, she wins. This heifer here is the soundest moving one of the top three. I appreciate that about her. Nice in terms of her neck, not near the power or dimension of the next two. I like this heifer from her hip forward because she's smooth, she blends. Hip and hind leg are not good enough. That's a long-sided level design female that's got to have more to her in terms of lower shape. Don't have that problem in that heifer. Big-bodied, bold sprung. She's too compact and jammed together. She doesn't go out of her knee and front end correctly. Next young lady's heifer, long-bodied, deep-sided, broody female. Again, the hip placement and assembly are not right, and it's evident in the way that she goes from behind. The next female is much like her, big-bodied, stout. She gets off in her knee. She gets off in her rear, too. If I change her running gear, she moves up considerably. That heifer there is attractive and good-looking, not as much muscle. Then we've got another heifer that I like her soundness, not enough body. That heifer, the young man's, is one that's nice neck, smooth shoulder. Again, the way that she's made in terms of her top line and her hip, not good enough. We close out with the female that's got some added length, a female that's got to have more to her, be better moving. You are getting a little lax and you're clapping. Give them a nice round of applause.
First place in the June yearlings goes to 724, Miss Rafter T175, cast and tip from Shiner, Texas. Second in class to 439, Noel Wilson from Franklin, Texas. Third in class to entry number, I'm sure I wrote a 3 down here somewhere. Emma Thomas, that's entry number 829. Emma is from Lake City, Florida. Fourth in class to 1236, Sean Aubrey Rice, Longview, Texas. Fifth place, over on the second page to 2340, Emma Blackman from Henderson, Texas. Sixth to 2177, Aiden Betancourt from Edinburgh, Texas. Seventh place to 447, Merritt Montalbano from Gilmer, Texas. Eighth place to 1152, Emma Andrus, Kaplan, Louisiana. Ninth place to 690, Lily Vidrine, Riddell, Louisiana. 10th to 1822, Brooklyn Logan from Henderson, Texas. 11th to 1290, Deacon Thomas, Sardis, Mississippi. And 12th to 1083, Mackenzie No from Gordon, Texas. Move now to Class 10. These are the May yearlings, and they are the last class in the yearling division. Class 10, May yearlings.
Well, we almost got all the way to the end of the second division without any excitement, so that's pretty good for the All-American, I think. But those two exhibitors handled it admirably. As we get out here in what I think is the final class in Division II, again, a lot of differences. I think the heifer up front is the most solid. She's attractive, she's good looking, she's got some muscle and some dimension. Is she perfect in the way that she goes off of her rear too? Absolutely, she is not. But in this particular class, other than the heifer that stands in 3, she's as good moving and as sound as any of them out here. I like her type and kind. The heifer that comes in second or coming up here, one that I like the power, I like the substance. She's a female that gets tight and choppy in terms of the way that she moves. She's not nearly as smooth and symmetrical as the heifer up above, but she does piece together better than the light-colored heifer. That's a sound-moving, stout bone, very thick, big-bodied heifer in 3rd. And if you like those attributes about her like I do, you can move her up. She's too coarse in her bone and her joint work for me. She's not as attractive in terms of her shoulder and her front end, but I do like a lot of things about her. That heifer, stop, young lady, you play to win because she's really good looking. Study her front end structure. It's just not competent enough for me to get her up any higher. Then we got a deep-bodied, broody female coming next. It's got to be better structured and better hip. That heifer's long-sided and level design. She's too tight in terms of her running gear. Beautiful heifer next in terms of her poise and presence. She's too tubular in terms of her body shape. She's too tight in terms of her forerib. This heifer has more length, more extension. She cuts up too high in terms of her flank. She's too low set in terms of her shoulder and her chest. That heifer there is one that's got power and muscle. She just doesn't get out and grab and go the way that I like to see them. That heifer's got a lot of body and shape. She's too frail in terms of her bone or topside mass. That heifer that got away stood right in front of the gentleman's heifer. She got to be in that pair because they both have a good look. She had more body. This young lady's heifer right here is one. I like the added length. Her hip and hind leg have to be better. The two females that finish out the class, gentleman's heifer is one that's nice in terms of being pretty fronted, long-sided, not enough muscle. Little girl's heifer is very attractive in terms of the front 1/3 of her body. She's the shallowest in terms of her body type, and she's one that's awfully narrow in terms of her range of motion. Give those exhibitors a very big round of applause, please.
Your placings in class number 10 are as follows. First place to 1302, Ms. H.C. Moxie, 275 with a 5. Scarlett Lovicott from Rosebud, Texas, second in class, went to entry number 2311. Mackenzie Willard from Fairfield, Texas, third place. Over on the second page to 414, Caroline Korenick. Fourth place to 609, Madison Roberts from Iacca City, Florida. Fifth place to entry number 1472, Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Sixth in class to entry number 1054, Brooklyn McNutt, Gilmer, Texas. Seventh to 1177, Gracie Nunez, Iowa, Louisiana. Eighth place to 215, Peyton Pitts from Laurel, Mississippi. Ninth to 486, Claire Townsend from Gladewater, Texas. 10th place to 814, Tristia Skipper, Perkinston, Mississippi. Let's set your drive here for you in the intermediate division. The August champion was exhibited by Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas. Reserve class champion was exhibited by Sadie Stibe from Maringouin, Louisiana. Class 8, the July champion, was exhibited by Brooklyn McNutt from Gilmer, Texas. Reserve class champion was Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. The June champion was exhibited by Oldcaston Tip over there from Shiner, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Noel Wilson. And the May champion was exhibited by Scarlett Lovicott from Rosebud, Texas. Mackenzie Willard had the second place entry in that class. She's the one we're looking for.
Well, as we get into the second division again, give them a big round of applause. Another excellent set of cattle. Kid are working hard, doing a good job. I hate that the second out of the last class didn't get to come back, but again, this front lineup really good. Had a strong set of seconds, even the one that, oh, here's it come. Good deal. Here comes back in. I think that unlike the last division where there was a clear-cut one-away winner, that's not the case out here. They're all good. They've got some differences, something that I'd like to change on all of them, but really, really good, but it's close. Heifer up front is one that I really like the front one-third of her body. She's so elegant and attractive in terms of her head and neck set. That neck set's high on the top side of her skeleton there. She's one that's got enough body and rib. She's got enough muscle for me. In terms of her structure, I know she's not perfect because she wants to just be a little tight in terms of the way that she goes out of her rear hug. I still think she's the best moving heifer of this lineup, even though I would change her there. Maybe she doesn't have that out there far-reaching part or piece like some of them, but a lot of things about her. Heifer in second, well, class 2, excuse me, really good in terms of body shape and muscle. She gets lower set in terms of her front end and chest. Her neck wants to be just a little jammed into her. For me, this heifer here from the hip forward thinks she can run because I like her length, I like her muscle. She's just too round in the way that she's shaped out of her hip for me. This heifer is one that's beautifully balanced, really good in terms of profile. I think there's enough muscle, there's enough mass. She's one that's tight in terms of the way that she goes from behind. She's just a little tentative, and I know there's not a perfect structured one out here, but the best structured one is this heifer up front. She'll be the champion. Congratulations to her.
Thank you.
We'll follow with number 4 for reserve. Give them a nice round of applause.
It's going to be the August champion, followed by the May champion. Your August champion was 374, Miss LPC 297. Lily Vogt from downtown Bernie, Texas. Your champion of Class 10, the May champ, who is your reserve, is 1302, Miss HC Moxie 275 with a 5. Scarlett Lowicott from Rosebud, Texas. Move now into the intermediate division with our April yearlings. We need to offer you a corrected placing due to a clerical error from class number 10. Second place in that class was exhibited by Caroline Korenick. Third place in that class was exhibited by Mackenzie Willard. Please swap Mackenzie Willard and Caroline Korenick in the last class.
One of the best things about your breed is there are so many different types and kinds and unique parts and pieces. It also makes it one of the most interesting things to sort because there's never two that are very similar in every class, and that is true out here. Simply put, the lighter colored red heifer is more my type and kind because she is more attractive in terms of her front end. She blends smoother in terms of her parts and pieces. She has more look in terms of her silhouette, and I think in terms of her structure, she's adequate. I realize that the heifer that comes in second, probably more confident in the way that she sets down at the ground. I like that thing about her. I think there's enough to her. She's just simply put prettier than the heifer that comes into. Some of you use the dark red heifer in second. I get it. She's stout. She's powerful. She's big bone. She's opened up. She's burly. I like those things. And for that mass and power, she still moves pretty good. She is just not ladylike enough in terms of her front end or her silhouette for me, but I do appreciate a lot of things about it, and young lady, you can stick one. Heifer in third is one that's good in terms of body, good in terms of shape. Hip forward, I like. Hip back. That's where she lands third in this particular class for me. That heifer coming out in four, one that's got some added length, a big hip heifer. She wants to be lower set in terms of her shoulder. She's not as bold in terms of her lower rib shape. We've got a heifer that's awfully strong top, level in terms of her lines. Study her postern and her hock. She's not as competent or capable. Got a good heifer, young man. In terms of her refinement up front, she gets too tight and tense. In terms of her spine, that heifer's nice looking and bow-bodied. She's a little more jammed together. This little girl's got one that's got some added length, big bone female that's got to move better. The next heifer is one that I like the refinement, like the head and neck. She's just too flat and frail in terms of her body shape and her bone. That heifer's got muscle, power. He does an excellent job showing. She's way too round and tight in terms of the way that she moves. She's too cylindrical in terms of her body. Got a deeper sided, big bone, stout female that the way she handles her spine and her hip, it's just not good enough for me to get her up any higher. That heifer's got a great look, not enough power and muscle. Heifer coming next is one that's tall fronted, smooth shouldered, good looking. Again, body shape and hind leg aren't good enough. Long-sided, level design female. Too flat in the way that she's designed. Very good class. Lots of differences out there. They can be justified many ways. Give them all a round of applause.
Class number 13, your placings are first place to 2075, Hudson Garrett, Robstown, Texas, with SGR Miss Madeline, 15 with a 5 on the halter. Second place to 535, Katie Fontenot from, and on the AJBA Facebook page. As well, if you go to showman.app on the landing page, move down to the schedule, you can click on view results. You can follow them in real time. Class 14, the March heifers are in the ring, Class 14. We'd like to remind as well that our sponsors for all of our visuals here, both are Next Level Photography. If you'll notice, you can go to Next Level, and they're doing a good job of getting these photos up quickly. They are free, F-R-E-E, as well as, of course, the live coverage is free. We'd like to thank our sponsors. We'd like to remind as well that our sponsors for all of our visual
It's just my opinion out here today, but this judge's opinion in terms of quality from start to finish, this is the best class we've seen. Saying that, there was not one single one of them that when they hit the gate, hit me directly in between the eyes and said, hey, I'm here to win. But there's a lot of good ones, and it goes all the way down to the anchor. The heifer in 1 is the common denominator of the next 2 heifers for me. She's got some power and stoutness and body like the heifer that comes in 2. I think she's the best structured one out here. I think she's good enough in terms of her look. Would I like to see her way more attractive and feminine fronted, cleaner in terms of her chest floor? Absolutely, but I think there's enough look and enough presence in her. She's got enough muscle, and she's considerably better moving than the heifer in 2. Heifer in 2 is 1. I like the body shape, I like the muscle, I like the power. She gets pretty jammed together up front. She's 1 that's not quite as agile in the way that she handles her shoulder and knee, but she's presenting better out here, and 1 that just puts together. That is the heifer I want to use to win the class, because that is the most beautiful fronted, stunning female in terms of her type and kind. She's got enough power, she's got enough body. And I'm on the fence here. She's the problem child. Is she not sound enough, or is she just fighting those 2 halters too much? And I'll just be honest with you, I can't make that determination because she's a lot to handle. She doesn't want to get out and go. If she does relax and become a show heifer and she goes good enough, that heifer goes to the top of the class for me. Today, she's just too tight, and she's fighting the halter too much to me get her up any higher. But that is the female I want to use the most. Heifer that comes in 4, long-sided, level design. She's too flat. Heifer after her is 1 that's good in terms of her body shape. 1 that's not quite as good in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder. Got a spotted heifer that's got some muscle. Her hip and hind leg needs to be better. This heifer's awfully long-sided, really attractive moving. She's just too flat and doesn't have enough dimension to her. That heifer's much like her in terms of her look and her presence. I need to change her out of her front end. Then we've got a stout, powerful, muscular heifer that she's also too stout, too powerful, and too coarse through the front 1/3 of her body. That heifer's got more look and presence. She just doesn't have enough muscle and power. That was a great class in terms of quality start to finish. Lots of good ones in there. Give them a big round of applause.
First place in class 14 to 192, Miss H.C. Sephora, 261 with a 5, Sealy Livingston, Creole, Louisiana. Second in class to 2083, Dylan Garrett, Robstown, Texas. Third place to 1592, Harper Perkins from Newcastle, Oklahoma. Fourth in class to 552, Cooper Vaughn, Bell City, Louisiana. Fifth place to 2230, Ceci Guerra from Lynn, Texas. Sixth to 1010, Lily Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Seventh to 2193, Lane Waller from Eddy, Texas. Eighth, 1777, Riker Addington from Bunkie, Louisiana. Ninth in class went to entry number, I'm sure there was one, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. That'd be back over with entry 151. And 10th in class to 477, Peyton Gracia, Winnie, Texas. Class 15 is now in the arena. These are your February yearlings.
In the last class, I talked about how good it was, but maybe there wasn't that one that just hit me so hard. We come to this class, first heifer in, so hot she could melt my eyelashes. She's drop dead gorgeous, stunning. She's got power, she's got mass, dimension. Everything is just so on point in terms of her look, her balance, and symmetry. And even though she doesn't want to lead for times at the young lady, when she gets out and goes, she's got legs like a high school cheerleader. She's just so pliable and flexible in the way that she moves. I am big in on that female right there. I'll just be honest with you. Heifer that comes in second, big-bodied, stout, powerful, got a nice look. She's not nearly as extra or exaggerated as a heifer in that class, but that heifer wins lots of classes at lots of shows. She just runs in here with the buzzsaw. Heifer in third, I like the body, I like the shape. She's not as good in terms of her hip and hind leg. Young lady's heifer that comes out in fourth, I like her depth of side, I like her broodiness. She doesn't have near the power and the mass of the heifers up above. Heifer in five is one that I really like her look, I like her presence. She gets too tight and tentative in terms of the way that she goes. That's a beautifully long-sided heifer, young man. That's gorgeous up front. She's too straight and upright off either end of her skeleton for me. The next heifer is one that's nice in terms of her front end, not as correct in terms of her body shape. That heifer's long-sided and level design, too tight and tubular in terms of her body. Young lady, your heifer's really got a good look and presence. She's so green out here today. She simply needs more days on feed to be more competitive, but there's some future in that heifer. Excellent class. I do dig that one that wins. Give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, Coach. Placings in class number 15 are as follows. First place, to the very first one in your book for that class. 534, Miss H.C. Marley, 257 with a 5. Katie Fontenot, Ville Platte, Louisiana. Second in class went to 2318, Emma Blackman, Henderson, Texas. Third place to 1150, Luke Andrus from Kaplan, Louisiana. Fourth place to 474, Adeline Como, Church Point, Louisiana. Adeline also exhibited number 471, who was fifth place. Sixth place animal was 2076, Hudson Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Seventh to 1708, Mackenzie No, Gordon, Texas. 8th to 751, Cora Rumke from Burton, Texas, and Lena Rumke was 9th with 1639. We're moving now to the last class of our third division of the day, of the intermediates, with our January 2025 born calves.
Well, in this particular class, again, I don't know if my mother's made it here or not, but she's not going to like this comment. My brother was 5 foot on a good day. She would say 5'2". She's wrong. But he told me that good things come in small packages. I think that's the equivalent of the heifer up front. She's never going to be the biggest, but she's by far the best in this particular class. She's easily the soundest structured. She's good in terms of her proportions and her dimensions. She has look. She has power. She's a nice female. She's just not one that is just as powerful, stout, long, or growthy, but I like what she does. And the heifer in second is the opposite. That is a powerhouse female in terms of muscle, body, bone, and foot, but she's too rough around the edges for me. In terms of her shoulder, she's not as correct in terms of her hip. She wants to be tighter in terms of her heart girth and her forerib. I change her in terms of her navel some, like her power. Little girl's heifer in third is prettier than the heifer that comes in two. Not as good in terms of her body shape or content. She's too frail in terms of her bone. That heifer is beautiful in terms of her balance. You do a great job showing her. When we walk the top 4 around, young lady, she's the tightest and the most tentative in terms of the way that she moves. Young lady with the red bow, tremendously long-sided, big-bodied, broody heifer that her chest floor has fallen out of her. It detracts from her balance and symmetry, and she's one that's got some bones up there around her hip. I need to see her fresher, leaner in terms of her condition. This heifer's got muscle. She's got power. She's not good enough in terms of her feet and her front end. Heifer right here that was up at the front, one that I like in terms of length and levelness. Again, there's not enough power and shape. That heifer's really attractive and good-looking, not enough body. The next heifer's long-sided, level design. She's too tight in terms of her rear hog. Then this heifer is one that's got some added dimension and power. She's one that wants to break in terms of her shoulder. She wants to be up too upright in terms of her shoulder and knee. Really long female that needs more to her in terms of body and muscle. That heifer's stout, powerful, big-legged. Her hip and her hind leg are not competent enough. Got a heifer at the end, really long-sided, attractive fronted. Again, as I've said many times at the close of this class, there's got to be more to that heifer. Nice way to end the division. Give them a big round of applause.
Your placings in Class 16 are as follows. First place to 629, Miss WCC 645 with the 5, Rep Fontenot, Welsh, Louisiana. Second in class went to 1154, Mason Andrus from Kaplan, Louisiana. Third in class to 448, Merritt Montalbano, Gilmer, Texas. Fourth place to 569, Madison Wall from Micanopy, Florida. Fifth to 180, Bristol Tucker, Hallettsville, Texas. Sixth to 449, Laney Reeves from Kilgore, Texas. Seventh to 1432, Addison Gary from Cleburne, Texas. Eighth place to 705, Avery McFarland from Welsh, Louisiana. Ninth to 260, Grayson Hinsey, Brenham, Texas. 10th place to 271, Hunter Gilliland from Sebring, Florida. Let's move back and set the drive for you now here in the intermediate division. Your April champion was exhibited by Hudson Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Katie Fontenot. Your March champion was exhibited by Celie Livingston from Creole, Louisiana. Second was Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas. February champion was exhibited by Katie Fontenot from Ville Platte, Louisiana. Second in that class was exhibited by Emma Blackman from Henderson, Texas. And again, your January champion in reserve were Rep Fontenot, followed by Mason Andrus, both from the Pelican State of Louisiana. It's your intermediate drive.
Get out here in the third division. Once again, give these exhibitors, breeders, families, enthusiasts a big round of applause for an excellent lineup from start to finish. Some of you may know that I also coach and judge beauty pageants, and cattle shows and beauty pageants have a lot of common. You use products, you get them as pretty as you can, you put them out there in front of the judge and hope they vote in your favor. There's two primary differences. Pageants are climate controlled, and most time, cattle don't talk back, but beauty pageants, beauty queens do. But what we're building here is a top 5 in the All-American Red Show at the end. And the heifer that is the one that just has to be standing out there in that top 5 for me, because I think she's sensational, is you, baby. Congratulations to you. After that, the heifer up front is one that I like her length. I like the fact that she's attractive. She's not as stout. She's not as powerful. She's not as big boned to some. Some of you will really like this dark red heifer next because she is so good in terms of her body. She has muscle. She's still sound. She's just a little cold-blooded in terms of her look. For my personal taste, heifer that comes in second, a nice heifer that's good enough in terms of all the things, not as extra and exaggerated as class winner. Then we got the heifer at the back. I really like that type and kind. Think she's exceptionally sound at the ground. For some of you, there's not enough to her in terms of growth, performance. She's the second one I'd take home. Congratulations to you.
Intermediate champion Red Brahman female was entry number 534, Miss H.C. Marley, 257 with the 5. Shown by Katie Fontenot from Ville Platte, Louisiana. And your reserve was your January champion, Miss WCC 645 with the 5, entry 629, Rhett Fontenot from Welsh, Louisiana. Move now to our junior division with class number 19. These are our November and December of 2024 born heifers.
So when all the powers that be got their heads together this morning, they said in classes of 15 and more, we would cut to 10. I went through and I talked to these kids, told them what I liked about their animals, why they didn't make them a cut. Please give them a huge round of applause. We'll work the top 10. Well, in this particular class, lots of differences in terms of type and kind. The top three is separated and divided in terms of structural integrity. There is no doubt that the young lady's female that comes up to the front is the most comfortable, pliable, flexible out here. In terms of the way that she goes, she's the best in terms of her skeletal build. And then I think she puts enough of the other things together to still take the lead in the class. I'm not going to tell you she's absolutely the coolest looking one or the stoutest one, but there's enough of her, and she's so much better structured. I like her to win. If we can leave this heifer stopped, she wins, and she wins for fun. Really cool looking, stout, powerful. She's just too tight and tentative, particularly out of her front end and her knee, for me to let her win the class. Heifer here is one that I like the body, I like the shape. Study her hock, study her knee, just not quite good enough. That young man's got a heifer that I like the look, I like the presence. She gets tight moving. Heifer next is powerful in terms of her muscle, bold in terms of her body. She's a female that does not handle her spine or hip nearly effective enough. This heifer here is one that I like the depth of side, like the look up front. She gets flatter in terms of her general make. Beautiful heifer in terms of profile and symmetry. Not enough to her in terms of body and rib. Stouter heifer comes next. It doesn't go as good. That heifer's got a lot of length, a lot of extension, breaks and separates in her top too much, gets underneath herself in terms of how he goes. That heifer's got muscle and power. She's the one that bothers me the most structurally. Very good class. Give all of them a nice round of applause.
Well, let's find out together, shall we? Class 19, first place went to entry number 1672, SRS Miss Snickers, 383. Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Second place in that went to 2035, Claire Jalufka from Sulphur Springs, Texas. Third place to 306, that's Miley Walker from Lake City, Florida. Fourth place to 1042, Tate Duffy from Gilmer, Texas. Fifth place to 259, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Sixth place to 264, another Grayson Hinsey entrant. Seventh to 568, Emily Wall from Micanopy, Florida. Eighth in class to 337, Briar Hickle from West, Texas. Ninth place to 258, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. And 10th in class went to 1654, Peyton Pitts from Laurel, Mississippi. Move now to our October heifers in class 20. Again, a reminder for gray Brahman exhibitors, a bunch of those classes have been split. If we check in and we have 20 or more than 20 head in a class, our custom has been to split them. These are not heats. They will be divided into freestanding competition classes. We will tell you in the crowd as we come through how those classes are split. But exhibitors, if you're in a big class, I'd strongly suggest you go to showman.app and see if you're in the A or the B component. Trivia time, 250th anniversary of America edition. Today is July the 3rd. We know what tomorrow is, but what important event related to independence occurred on July the 2nd that was so important that John Adams, until he died, thought that July the 2nd was the true Independence Day?
This particular top trio, I will say that I could modify them all in terms of the way that they move. call that a wash and judge them from there. There is no doubt the best looking female is the light red female up front. Gorgeous in terms of her profile, her silhouette, her symmetry, and yet she's still one that's very broody in terms of her appearance. She has muscle, she has mass. I could change her in terms of the way that she goes off either end some. In this particular group of contemporaries, she's the one for me. Dark red heifer's got power, she's got stoutness, she's one that's too deep in terms of her chest. She wants to hyperextend in terms of her rear hug. I still like her joint work better than the heifer in third. Got a big-bodied, stout-boned, big-footed female, not quite smooth enough in terms of her transition. She wants to get a little bold outside of her shoulder, doesn't quite move as good. Little boy, the power couple coming next, he's doing a good job. That young man, thanks for helping him. Heifer's not having the funnest day at the fair, but they're holding it in there. The heifer's got a lot of body, a lot of muscle, and a lot of power. She's not as good in terms of her rear running gear. She's too upright in terms of her shoulder and knee. That heifer moves better. She's long-sided. She's too flat in terms of the way that she's made. That heifer's got muscle, she's got power, she's too tight in terms of her spine and her hip. Big bone, stout female that's a little coarse and cold-blooded for me. This heifer from the hip forward, I like her body, like her shape. She's just too round. That heifer's front end assembly and her rear leg need to be better, but she is attractive in terms of her presence and her strength of top. Got a heifer at the back that's got some added body depth. A female that's nice in terms of her look up front. She's the flattest one and the frailest one. I'd lean her up in terms of her condition. Another great set of kids. Please give them a big round of applause.
Let's talk placings on class number 20. First place to 257, HCC Miss Gator Boots, Grayson Hensey from Brenham, Texas. Second in class to 2037, Claire Jalofka from Sulphur Springs, Texas. Third in class, 2000, Julie Portillo from Deltona, Florida. Fourth place to 385, Reese Vogt, Bernie, Texas. Fifth place to 599, Presley LaRue, Houston, Texas. Sixth in class to 1405, Caleb Cooper, Shudra, Louisiana. Seventh to 1663, Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Eighth in class to 1119, Adeline Lewis from Wiggins, Mississippi. Ninth place to 511, another Adeline Lewis entry. And 10th in class went to 320, Hayden Engelkey from Tig, Texas. Move now to class 21. These are our red females calved during the month of September. We have 13 entries in this class.
Well, when we get into this class here, the gentleman heifer that comes up to the front, she's one of the 3 females so far that as soon as she hit the gate, just blown away with her style, her silhouette, her balance, her symmetry, and a heifer that is so correct in terms of her condition, so responsibly managed. A striking female that has muscle, she has power, she has density and mass. We've never created a perfect one yet. Get directly in front of her. She wants to bow and roll just a little bit and from her knee to ground, but that is getting hypercritical on an outstanding female that just hits me like a ton of bricks, and one of my favorites so far. Heifer that comes in 2, bold body, stout, powerful, and not as extra, not as exaggerated, not as nearly good looking, but a heifer that has more to her. Heifer in 3rd. Heifer in 3 is really pretty, attractive. She's got to have more power. She's got to have more mass, particularly when you get in behind her. That gentleman's heifer has that. He's doing a good job with a heifer that doesn't want to be out here. She is big back, she is thick-ended, and she is stout. She is also a little bold in terms of her shoulder. Watch her go. She's not as confident in the way that she sets down. This heifer's one that I like the body shape, pretty good in terms of movement, needs more power and muscle. Next heifer, strong top, level line. She's too tight in terms of her spine. Heifer after her, I like the femininity up front, not enough to her. Got a very long-sided, attractive heifer that needs more body. The next female right there, deep-sided female that's too tight in terms of her shoulder and knee. That heifer's got some muscle and power when you get on top of her. She's too flat from behind. The next female is one that I like the added length. I like the depth that she has in terms of her forerib. A female, though, that gets too narrow in terms of her range of motion. We have a heifer next that's got some added power. Hip and hind leg assembly not near competent enough for me. Dark red heifer is one that's got some power, some broodiness. Her structure bothers me the most in that class. Another absolutely drop-dead good-looking one that I dig up front. Give them a nice round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Your placings in Class 21 are as follows. First place went to 561 Merino Miss Lady Ritma Maria White Landry, Morris, Louisiana. Second in class went to 150 Anna Gutierrez, Wauchula, Florida. Third place to 451 Daxton Reeves, Kilgore, Texas. Fourth place to Ryan Max Simpson, Rio Hondo, Texas. Fifth place to 625 Rhett Fontenot, Welsh, Louisiana. Sixth place to 129 Savannah Remy from Bay City, Texas. Seventh place to 1692 Catherine Fontaine from Maringouin, Louisiana. Eighth in class to 1998 Mia Portillo from Deltona, Florida. Ninth to 1824 Gracie Sewell from Henderson, Texas. 10th to 1381 Tyler Burdine from Buna, Texas. 11th place to 424 Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. 12th to 833 Lonnie Pearl Callender, Doosan, Louisiana. And 13th to Madison Roberts from Mayaca City, Florida. Excuse me, 13th was 1839 Ellie Gidry from Buna, Texas. Class 22's in the ring now. These are July, August coming 2-year-olds. Still no answer on the trivia question. Related to our nation's independence, what event happened on July the 2nd, not July the 4th, July the 2nd, that made John Adams think that would be regarded as the real Independence Day? On July the 2nd, 1776, the Continental Congress passed a resolution offered by Delegate Richard Henry Lee of Virginia to declare that the United Colonies were independent of Great Britain. That's the vote they took. They thought better of it and said we might want to actually pass something that says what our grievances are. And they brought the draft from the Committee of Five back on July the 4th, and that's when they passed the document that we all saw hanging in our elementary school classrooms when we were growing up. Barry Belt, you did a good job.
Very good classic kettle out here. Please give them a nice round of applause as they exit. Another big class with lots of quality out here and some differences, and I'll be the first one to tell you I want the heifer in the lead to get out and grab a different gear and the way that she handles her hip and her hock. Other than that, she's the easy class winner for me. She's the one that's the most beautiful in terms of her look and presence. She has muscle and body. She's one that blends together quite smoothly. I know she's not perfect in terms of her rear tires, but again, I can change something on all of them in this particular class. It's good enough to get the W out here. I think she needs to win. This young lady's done a great job all morning long. Dark red heifer's long-sided. She's powerful. She's square. She's a little frail and refined in terms of her bone and foot. For her upper body mass and dimension that she has, she's not quite as good in the way that she handles her chest floor. Heifer in 3 is one of the better moving ones of the group, and I like her added length. Her hip needs to be more fashionable. She needs to be just a little better in terms of her forerib and blend together a little nicer all the way through. Heifer in 4's got power, she's got mass, she's got substance. She's too tight in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She's the one that bothers me the most structurally when I walk the top 4 around. I like that heifer's length, I like that heifer's extension. I think she needs to be leaner in terms of her condition, better in terms of her rear pastern. That heifer's got a good front end, and look, she's got some muscle, too round in terms of her shoulder. Heifer's right there is tall fronted, long and extended. Her body's too tight for me. I need to see more rib and mass. That heifer's deep sided and big bodied. She's not as good in terms of her joint works or her feet. The next heifer is one stop. You appreciate the squareness, you appreciate the hip. She's so tight and restricted in terms of the way that she goes. Big heifer here that's really good looking, got some power and some mass. She's got to be just dialed back for me a little. She's got to be better moving. Another excellent class, great kids. Give them a nice round of applause.
This will be the junior champion drive. We'll set the drive for you and then go back and name and give you your full placings from class 22. Here in the the junior division, we'll go back to the November, Decembers, and your champion was exhibited by Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Claire Jalufka stepping in with her reserve class champion. Your October champion was HCC Miss Gator Boots. Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. The reserve class champion was exhibited by Claire Jalufka. Your third class down is the September champion. That's Merino Ms. Lady Ritma Maria, shown by Wyatt Landry of Morse, Louisiana. Reserve class champion was Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. And the class just concluded. Your first place was Triple E, Ms. Rainey's Ruby 130, exhibited by Ella Purtle from Henderson, Texas. Your reserve class champion was Miss LPC 280, shown by Ansley Ward from Gainesville, Florida. This is your junior champion drive in the Red Cows.
Well, as we get out here in the junior division again, I know it's starting to get warmer and you're probably getting tired, but so are these kids. They deserve your applause and recognition just as much as the start. Give them a huge round of applause, please. Another very good division, but much like the calf division and much like the division that just preceded it, there is one and only one for me. She is in the trio of females that I just absolutely love so far. Congratulations, Cowboy. You have the champion. After that, a young lady brings her second place heifer in. I think it gets considerably closer. The heifer up front's the odd man out. She won that class because she was the sound, good-built, flexible heifer. She doesn't hold herself together as nicely. She's not as powerful as those heifers, but she is really good in terms of her structural integrity. And that particular class, that's what won her out. The heifer in second, we leave her stopped. I really like her. She mimics the class winner in terms of her type and her kind. She really gets tied out of her hip, her hock, and her pastern. I need to see her more comfortable the way that she sits down. Got a stout bone, big-bodied heifer that was second to the champion. Not quite as cool in terms of her look. Young lady's heifer at the back, really pretty, attractive, good enough in terms of the way that she goes. Not as stout, not as extra. She's still my second favorite, and she's reserved. Congratulations to you.
Your junior champion, Red Cow, was entry 561, Moreno, Ms. Lady Ritma Maria, shown by Wyatt Landry from Morse, Louisiana. Ella Pirtle was reserve division with Triple E, Miss Rainey's Ruby, 130. Let's finish your placings in class 22. Third place goes to 1825, Brooklyn Logan, Henderson, Texas. Fourth place to 254, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Fifth place to 530, Lake and Granger from Iowa, Louisiana. Sixth place to 1431, Addison Gary from Cleburne, Texas. Seventh to 243, Aubrey DeVille, Lettsworth, Louisiana. Eighth place to 1118, Adeline Lewis from Wiggins, Mississippi. Ninth place to 2126, Kane Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. And 10th in class to Mason Roberts from Mayaca City, Florida. Now in the ring, class 25. These are your May to June 2-year-olds. Starting the senior division. We have an iPhone that was found more or less on the very south end of this barn. It was in the sand. It's got a purple, I don't know what a color is. It's a clear case, and that's the LiveAg phone. The lock screen looks like somebody probably went to state and cross country in Texas. Leads me to believe that's probably not Mr. Thibodeau's phone. Not a real cross-country runner. He'd been on the DL for a while, too.
Another extremely competitive class. Give these great kids, as they go back, a big round of applause. Prayer kettle up front are very opposite in terms of type and kind, and like several times a day, it is a type and kind choice. Up front, the heifer in first is more attractive. She has more balance, she has more symmetry, more look, and more presence, and she's one that I really like the way that she goes at the ground, to be that far along in terms of gestation, have that amount of mass and muscularity to her. Just a very nice female. I don't love her navel, I'll be honest. I could change it some. That would make her silhouette just a little more sharp, but a heifer that really I like a lot of things about. Several of you will put the dark red heifer in front, and I understand that that young lady wants to be there. If I was her, I would too. She's powerful, she's stout. She's one that's a little big for me, and she's one that doesn't move quite as good as the heifer up above her, one that's not quite as cool in terms of her look. I love the body, I love the broodiness of this heifer. She's got to be leaned up, she's got to be better moving from behind. This is a tremendously broody, very bold sprung heifer that's got some muscle. Her chest floor is falling completely out of her in terms of her silhouette. She's just not lean enough up front for me to get her up any higher. She wants to be a little discombobulated in how she goes from behind. Stopped, I like your heifer, young lady. Good neck, strong top, little narrow compared to the ones up above. Not as good in terms of her movement. That heifer's long-sided, level design. I need to change her in terms of her hip and hock. Big-bodied, stout heifer that she's too tight in terms of her spine, round out of her hip. That heifer's awfully good in terms of her bone and foot size. She gets too straight and restricted. The next heifer is one that I like her front end. I like her depth of body. She's got to be better moving. We end the class with a stout bone, big-footed female that's just a little rough around the edges, doesn't move as good or stay as composed in terms of her look. Another outstanding class. Give them a big round of applause.
First place, entry 770, 3S, Ms. Pold Reba 2, Madison Parker from Liberty, Texas. Second in class goes to 537, Katie Fontenot, Ville Platte, Louisiana. Third in class to 1934, Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Fourth place to 1404, Caleb Cooper from Choudrent, Louisiana. Fifth place to 1599, Addison Sanders from Wharton, Texas. Sixth in class to 1384, Iris Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. Seventh to 191, Celie Livingston, Creole, Louisiana. Eighth place to 1233, McKenna Cook from LaRue, Texas. Ninth place to 1935, Reckless Keen from Milano, Texas. 10th place to 263, Grayson Hinsey from Brenham, Texas. Working now on class number 26. These are the March and April Red Cows.
I think in this particular class, the easy and logical thing to do is to find the pale-colored heifer up front. She's the one that's by far and away the most attractive, good-looking. She has symmetry and she's balanced. She has been so responsibly managed because she is so correct in terms of her condition. She's fresh and attractive. She's good at the ground. You know, is she as big boned as some of them? No. But there's enough, and there's enough muscle. I think she's an easy winner. I like this heifer stopped a great deal, young lady. Incredible look, lots of muscle, lots of power. She's entirely too tight in the way that she goes from behind to rival the class winner. You change out her rear tires, she can get to the front from me. Big body, stout, broody heifer that's too far gone in terms of her condition. Heifer in 4, the speckled heifer. She's one that I like the added depth. I like the broodiness. Change her hock and change the way that she goes. Heifer in 5 is awfully attractive and pretty. She's very tight in the way that she moves off either end of her skeleton. Cow-calf pair, I appreciate she's in production, doing a nice job raising that calf. Got to change those front teats considerably, and she's a female that's just too tight in terms of her forehead. Then we've got a heifer that's deep-bodied and good in terms of length. She's too tight and round out of her hip, and she gets up in terms of her spine. We finished the class with an awfully long-sided, very extended female that there's not enough to her. Give them a round of applause.
Your placings in class 25 rather, excuse me. No, 26. Pages stick together. First place to 1022, Miss CBR Babs, 860 with a 4. Lily Smith, Ledbetter, Texas. Second in class to 190, Sealy Livingston, Creole, Louisiana. Third place to 1689, Callie Sanders, Maringouin, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 2135, Hadley Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. Fifth place to 2286, Claire Carleen, Kaplan, Louisiana. Sixth place, 2242, Tylee Bola, Gonzales, Texas. Seventh place to 1499, Lily Locke from Hungerford, Texas. Eighth place to 963, Paisley Kempa from Milano, Texas. Now making our selections from the oldest Red Brahman cow class of the day. These are the January, February of 24s. As a reminder, to be eligible to participate in the last class of the day, you must either be certified safe in calf by a licensed accredited veterinarian or show with a calf at side. We'll do a senior drive. We'll do the grand champion drive. We will take about a 10-minute break between the reds and the grays, long enough to take a photograph of the judge with our champion and reserve red cows. Please respect, if you're in line at the photo backdrop for a picture, we will jump in line in front of you to get our champion pictures taken so we can get back with the show.
Get out here in this top pair. I think they have more similarities than differences. The decisive advantage for me, gentleman in the Cowboys head is leaner, fresher, particularly through her front end and her chest floor. I think she handles her rear too with a little more comfort out here. Just a nice heifer to go up on top. Maybe not one of those cool, far out there reaching parts or pieces, but a solid female to win. Heifer that comes in second is stout. She's big body. She's got more power. She's a little far gone in terms of her condition. I'd clean her up. And she's a female that because of that, I don't think she's quite as fluid or comfortable out here. Pretty heifer comes in third. That's too tight in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Got a big body, broody heifer in four. Needs more muscle. pair I like in terms of the cow because she looks good. She's got some muscle and power. Her bag, particularly her rear quarters, bothers me some. When she gets out and moves, she doesn't go quite as nice. Heifer coming next is long-sided and deep-bodied, little frail and tight. We finish out with the gentleman that did a very nice job showing this heifer. She's awfully attractive up front. She's the tightest in terms of her body shape, the frailest in terms of her muscle. Give them a nice round of applause.
Placings in your last class of the day. First place to 2194, Miss H.C. Millie, 244 with a 4-lane Waller, Eddie, Texas. Second to 1821, Gracie Sewell from Henderson, Texas. Third to 1174, Miss Barian Scarlett, Gracie Nunez, Iowa, Louisiana. Fourth to 1293, Vivian Rich from Prague, Oklahoma. Fifth to 1051, Brooklyn McNutt from Gilmer, Texas. 6th to 630, Leighton Fontenot from Welsh, Louisiana. And 7th to 1769, Blaine Brignac, Bunkie, Louisiana. Let's set your drive for you now in the junior division. We'll go to the fall champion, and the fall champion was 3S Ms. Pold Reba. Madison Parker from Liberty, Texas on the halter. Reserve class champion was exhibited by Katie Fontenot. The March-April class, your champion was Miss CBR Babs 860 with a 4, shown by Lily Smith, Ledbetter, Texas. Your reserve class champion was Celie Livingston from Creole, Louisiana. And in the last class, Miss HC Millie 244 with a 4-lane Waller from Eddie, Texas was the class champion. Gracie Sewell was reserve from Laneville, Texas. This is your senior champion drive. Need to make sure all 4 of my prior division winners and reserves are at the makeup arena. We need the reserve class calf champion, the reserve calf champion. We do not have you in the makeup arena.
Well, really a tremendous way to end the red portion of the female show. And this has been the closest division champion for me. And it's not because of quality. I like all 3 of them exceptionally well, but there are just minor modification and talking differences between them. If this doesn't get you excited about the red Brahman breed, you probably need to give your seat to somebody else and get a different sport. Give them a big round of applause. And the one thing that I want to commend all 3 of the kids or the families that they have been so responsibly managed. They are so lean and fresh out here for cows of this maturity, being this far in terms of gestation. And I really, really appreciate that because that's not something you see in every breed, particularly Brahmans. So if I wore a hat, I take it off to you for that. I spend too much time on my hair. So I'll just say good job because really, really good in terms of their condition. Heifer in front's really got some unique parts and pieces. She is so stout in terms of her bone and foot. She's really bold in terms of her body, and then yet everything blends so effortlessly out of the backside of her shoulder. She's still one that moves good at the ground. You know, we're going to have to get critical on these 3. Is she as sharp through her front end as the 2 behind her? No, but she still looks like a show heifer to me. Does she need to be a little different in terms of her navel for me? Yes, and that's where I change her, but I really like that heifer. Heifer in the middle, young lady, you do a good job, and I really appreciate how well you're sticking out here. That heifer is so long, she's so attractive in terms of her front end, really good in terms of her lines and balance. Is she as powerful in terms of her build as the heifers on either side of her? No, she's not. Is there enough to her for me when I get in behind her? I say yes. Where I would change that heifer is she's not as bold or intense in terms of her bone and her foot size, and because she is so massive in terms of her upper body, that throws the proportion of her silhouette off just a little. I love how lean she is. I love how good she can move, really long-sided, and just she does a great job. Heifer at the back, young man, I really like that heifer from the hip forward. She's got a cool neck, and that is the stoutest heifer in terms of muscle by far. It's not even close. That is Big Booty Judy when you get in behind her. I mean, she is stout, and I like that. Her hip and her hind leg, I do not think are as competent as the two heifers up above. That's where she falls out of the lineup just a little for me. So I like all three of them. Great set of seconds. I like the heifer up front to be the champion, young lady. Congratulations to you. Gonna follow up with Little Miss right here to be reserved. Congratulations to you, baby.
Madison Parker and Lily Smith win our senior division. Congratulations to both of y'all. Madison Parker had 3S Miss Pole Reba 2 on the halter. Miss CBR Babs 860 with the 4 was the reserve senior champion. Give us just a second to set our 5 division winners up in reserves. Your grand champion drive here in the Red Brahman Female Show. We'll get her set for you here in just a second. Set your drive for you now. Let's go back to the calf division. Your calf champion was exhibited by Ty Ritchie with JPF Pole Ruthie 7 with a 5. Russell Bennett was reserve calf champion. That's Russell walking in right now. Russell comes to us out of Louisiana, the Yearling division. The second heifer down is Miss LPT 297. Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas on the halter. Scarlett Lovacott from Rosebud, Texas had the reserve division. Your intermediate champion in the middle is Miss H.C. Marley, 257 with a 5, shown by Katie Fontenot. Rhett Fontenot from down the road in Welsh had the reserve division. Your junior champion was Merino Ms. Lady Ritma Maria. Wyatt Landry from Morris, Louisiana. Ella Purtle from Henderson, Texas was reserve. And Madison Parker with 3S Miss Pole Reba was your senior champion. Lily Smith from Ledbetter, Texas was reserved. This is your grand champion drive of the Red Cows.
Well, just what an absolutely fantastic set of red cattle and females that have been on display for you this morning. Again, if you're a red Brahman enthusiast, breeder, exhibitor, and you can't get excited by these 10, probably need to change breeds because they're way, way good. Give them a big, big round of applause. Y'all can do better than that. This is the All-American. Lord, people. Y'all may need to reinstate the alcohol row if this is how boring y'all are going to be. I don't know. It's going to be close out here, and because it is so close, I know y'all are tired of me talking. I'm going to talk this front end one more time, because when you get to this level, I think you should have an understanding of what the judge sees when it's not just an out there one that wins for fun. We started out in the calf division, and we had some classes that were good, and then she hit the gate, and I said, bingo, this is where we're at. This is where I want to be. And I told y'all to that point, that heifer was the closest to my ideal of what had hit the gate. And I think she's one that's just beautiful in terms of her type and kind. She's so powerful. She's so stout. She's a female that's right on target in terms of her age and maturity. In terms of her structure compared to Sun, I don't think she's as perfect in terms of her hind leg and the way that she goes, because she wants to miss her stride by just a little bit, but in no way is that female unsound. And those of you that know me well knows I am not afraid of a calf at all. I love that heifer up front. Heifer that came out of Division 2, a division where there was lots of good cattle. She won because she was the most solid, and I thought she was the best moving, considerably the heifer that was reserved in that division. I don't think she has one of those unique parts or pieces like the other four that stand out here, but a very good female. Then this heifer hit the gate, and she's just drop dead sexy, good looking. She's a female that everything proportions out right. When she'll actually lead for the young lady, she's quite good in terms of the way that she goes at the ground. She's excellent in the way that she toes ahead up front. I think that female is just so extra and exaggerated. And if y'all haven't noticed, I'm a little that way myself, so I should be drawn to that type and kind some. Heifer behind her, much like her. One that is a looker, beauty queen looks, tremendously bold body, dead on in terms of condition, really right in terms of her body type. She's a sound moving heifer. This one front knee wants to bow just a little bit right here. That's the minor criticism on an outstanding female. Then we had a tremendously strong division at the back. Powerful cow that can get out and move. One that I really appreciate how lean she is. Good everywhere. I change her in terms of her navel, son. I'm not going to try to be real big on speeches because I know we got a lot more to go. This is my 12th All-American to attend. And that's probably not many compared to y'all, but it's probably a record for somebody that's never owned a registered Brahman animal. And so, I know what this means to you people. I've been on that side of it many times. I know that since you left the green chips in Houston, this is what you have worked towards to this point right here. And I get it, and I understand it. My first year to show, I had a Brahman crossbred steer named Streak. And if it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't be the showman I was, because that calf let me do anything I wanted to. And so I loved Brahman cattle from that point forward. And more importantly, I got to know many of you breeders and families in this breed, and some of the most important and meaningful relationships in my life have been with Brahman cattle breeders. And that's what's important to me more than how much I love your cattle. And so for all of you on the outside of the rail, I don't want to preach, but we need to remember this. There is a kid standing around ringside right now that wants to be exactly like you, and you don't even know it yet. So you owe it to them to be the very best that they can be, because they want to emulate you. And that's not just in person, that's not at the show, that's on social media and everything else. And so remember that and hold yourselves to a higher standard. It's hard. I get it. We're competitive. We know that there are things wrong. We want to see them fixed. But there is a child that wants to be exactly like you. And so you've got to be better than what you're supposed to be so they can be the best that they can be. And there's a quote that says, 1,000 years from now, it will not matter the type of house I lived in, the car I drove, or how large my bank account was, but the world might be changed because I made a difference in the life of a child. Y'all do that. Do it to the best of your ability. We'll get you a grand in reserve.
Your intermediate champion is your grand champion. That is exhibited by Katie Fontenot. And don't look now, but your junior champion is going to ride up behind Katie Fontenot and Wyatt Landry, top the red show at the All-American. Class 1 gray females, you may begin coming over. We're going to take a break long enough to take a couple of photographs with our champions. Those will be the first 2 cattle through the backdrop. I tell you what, I'm feeling generous. I'm going to give you a time certain. We're going to crank this joker back up as close to noon as possible. It's presently 11:40.
I was joking with the people on the announcer stand. When the All-American gives the theme of Under the Big Top, you might get a circus sometimes with the way that they act. You tempt fate, and that's what happens in Class 1, but they handled it well. I'm very confident and comfortable with the heifer in the lead. She's very attractive. She sounds structured. I think for where she's at in terms of her age and maturity, very good in terms of her muscle and body. She's just a solid female that I like a lot of things about. Heifer in 2 is stouter. She's bolder-bodied. She has more power. She's not nearly as correct in the way she handles her rear running gear out here. She's not as agile or comfortable, but I like a lot of things about her. Pink heifer, I hope that she starts to act better for the young man, because I think there's a lot of promise and future in that heifer. Good in terms of her body length, her extension. She's a female that's tighter in terms of her body, rounder out of her hip. Power couple here, y'all are doing a good job. That heifer's not wanting to be out here. She's long-necked, she's cool-fronted, she's awfully green, and she's not really show-broke yet. There's some future. Heifer in 5, a different type. Deep-bodied, broody, really bold-sprung. She's too compact and short. She's too weak and turned soft in terms of her pastern. Big branded heifer here's got a nice neck. She's got some muscle. She's one that doesn't go as good from behind or up front. This heifer is long-sided, extended. She breaks and separates in terms of her top line. She's not as fashionable out of her hip. Young lady's heifer coming next is one that I like in terms of her length and extension, not as good in terms of her body shape. The other heifer down there is one that's attractive up front. Too green out here today. The other power couple out here, y'all have done a really good job hanging on to that one and getting her presented. Unfortunately, she just never stood or led where I could get a really good look at her. I hope that changes for them at the next show. Please give them a big round of applause.
Your placings in Class 1 Gray Brahman females. First to 2307, Miss H.C. Constance, 283 with a 6. Heath Waller from Eddy, Texas. Second in that class goes to 1942, Levi Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Third place to 513, Bowen Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. Fourth to 466, Easton Torres from Gladewater, Texas. Fifth, 126, Savannah Remy from Bay City, Texas. Sixth to 1045, Tate Duffy from Gilmer, Texas. Seventh to 902, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Eighth place over on the second page to 1857, Laney Bedenbaugh from Lake City, Florida. Ninth place goes to 636, Lindsey Bush from Beeville, Texas. 10th place goes to 1058, Terry Self from Gilmer, Texas. Folks, we got a split. This is class number 2A, and these will be the December heifers. We'll break it between Adeline Como and Adalee Wainwright. Or, if you're real good at numbers, we'll break it between December and November. 2A.
An interesting class out here, and the top three, I need to change every single one of them in some place structurally, call that a wash and sort them from there. The heifer up front is undoubtedly stouter in terms of her body. She has more natural width and dimension. She's still one that's attractive enough in terms of her look up front. Her pastern's too soft because she's too straight in terms of her rear hock, so she compensates to get some cushion. That's where she needs to be fixed. Young man's heifer in second, long-sided, attractive, good-looking. She's entirely too tight on the top side of her spine and her hip. She doesn't have the body mass or dimension of the heifer up in front of them. That's the best looking heifer in the class. Through her front end, really refined, feminine featured. She bothers me the most off either end of her skeleton structurally of the top three. Good looking, long-sided heifer next is too tight in her forerib and her body. This heifer is one that's got a lot of mass, a lot of dimension, one that I don't think moves as nice. That young lady's heifer next is one that's really long-fronted, smooth-shouldered. Again, she doesn't blend her parts and pieces nearly as effectively. She gets too flat in terms of her rib. That heifer's got some depth. She's too round out of her hip and her hind leg. Gentleman's heifer at the close of the class, a deep-sided female that's too frail and flat for me. Outstanding kids. Give them a round of applause.
Your placings in the December babies are as follows. First place to 1520, CJ Barr, Miss Nelda, 113 with a 5. Case Meir from Welsh, Louisiana. Second place to 1229 rather, Slate Anderson from Mount Olive, Mississippi. Third place to 2330, Delaney Eden from Bell City, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 245, Aubrey DeVille, Lettsworth, Louisiana. Fifth place to 1808, Olivia LaCour, Bachelor, Louisiana. Sixth place to 960, Adeline Como, Church Point, Louisiana. Seventh place to 1048, Olivia Daly from Gilmer, Texas. And eighth in class to 1049, another entry from Olivia Daly of Gilmer, Texas. We're now working on Class 2B. These will be November 1st through November 30th, 2025.
Big class of hardworking kids. Please give these on the rail a nice round of applause for their efforts. In this particular class, the gentleman that comes to the front of the line at the back, that's Heifer's by far and away sounder, better structured and better built than the next two. She's more correct in terms of the way that she handles herself up front and behind. I think she's got enough power and enough look to her. She's just the most solid female in this class. Got a beautifully feminine female in second, really good in terms of her look. She's just not competent enough in terms of the way that she sets down at the ground. She doesn't have as much power as Heifer's on either side of her. If you want the stoutest, the biggest body, the heaviest muscled heifer, that's going to be the heifer in third. And if you want to run her to the front for that, I get it. She snap, crackles, and pops her pasterns too much for me. She's too frail and refined in terms of her bone and foot, but I appreciate what she does real well. Red heifer is powerful, stout, and good looking. She's too tight off either end of her skeleton. Next heifer, got a bad look at her when I went around to make the cut. She was off kilter and not putting weight on either back leg. She gets out and moving. She moves up considerably because she is sound. She needs to be boulder bodied. That heifer has more body and more muscle. She's shorter and more compact. Next heifer is one I really like her style and balance. Just doesn't go good enough for me. That heifer is tremendously deep, long-sided, hip and hind leg got to be better. This heifer is beautiful in terms of her profile. She's not good enough in terms of her knee. Young lady's heifer at the end, got body, got mass. She's not as attractive or well built. Give them a nice round of applause.
Class 2B, your November placings, here they are. First place to 549, TB Ara Delta Dawn 121, Cooper Vaughn from Bell City, Louisiana. Second in class to 1208, Wayne Hartley from Lake Butler, Florida. Third place to 1011, Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Fourth place in that class is over on the second page. That's a write-in, 1120, Adeline Lewis from Florida. Fourth place to 1120. Fifth place on the second page goes to 491, Bailey Chico from Gladewater, Texas. Moving back, sixth place goes to 1190, Kenley Kasurik from East Bernard, Texas. Seventh place goes to 208, Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. Eighth place, back on the other page, to 1035, Brittany Larson, Gilmer, Texas. Ninth place to 1659, Jackson Smith from Maringouin, Louisiana. And 10th place to 2124, Iris Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. Moving now to class number 3. Class 3 is not split. These are your entirety of your October females.
Another strong class. Please give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
We'll go ahead and again excuse the exhibitors left on the rail. We'll make our final selections from these cattle walking in front of the announcer stand right now. A young man's heifer that wins this particular class, when we put them in motion, she just gets out and out moves the other two heifers that stand right down there, bub. Go down that way. She just gets out and out moves the other two heifers up front, and she's good in terms of her body shape and her broodiness. Is she the most powerful one in terms of her bone and foot? No, she's not. That's where I'd change her. That heifer's beautiful through her front end, her extension, her hip and hind leg are just not competent enough in terms of the way that she moves in her upper spine to go on and win. Pink heifer is stout and powerful, good in terms of her muscle. She just doesn't hold herself together nearly as well as the top two. Little lady that comes in four, I like her style because she's got a composed look of presence. She gets awfully narrow in terms of her range. Young lady, that heifer is beautiful through her front end. She just doesn't get out and go good enough out of her shoulder and knee, but really eye-catching. This young lady's done a good job with a round-ribbed heifer. Got some muscle. She's not quite good enough in terms of her shoulder and knee. The next heifer is one that is stout, powerful, big-bodied and big-boned. Her hind leg and her pastern just aren't near good enough for me to get her up any higher. This heifer here is one that I like the length. I like the extension. She needs more body shape. We round out with Ginger down here. Good-looking heifer that's too tight in terms of her rib. She's not coordinated enough on the move. Give them a nice round of applause. Your placings in the October heifers. First place went to, over on the second page, 1209, Rockin' H. Miss Lulu, 11 with a 5, Lane Hartley from Lake Butler, Florida. Second place to 1476, Jet Gillespie, Bocoshi, Oklahoma. Third place to 1810, Olivia LaCour, Bachelor, Louisiana. Fourth place to 551, Finley Vaughn from Bell City, Louisiana. Fifth place to 310, Miley Walker, Lake City, Florida. Sixth place to 1324, Saley Dennison, Iowa, Louisiana. Seventh place to 510, Adeline Lewis from Wiggins, Mississippi. Eighth place to 871, Grayson Anderson from Terry, Mississippi. And ninth place to 1674, Bailey Page from Knott, Texas. Move now to Class 4A. This is a single month class. It is split between the 14th and the 15th of the month. So draw a line between Cameron Ripkowski and Branham LaRue. You are in 4A, the younger half of the September Cavs.
I'll be the first to tell you that the heifer in the lead, you got to kind of forgive the way she goes off her rear running gear because it's not perfect. If you can look past that, she's the easy thing to do out here. She's striking in terms of her look. She's powerful in terms of her body, good in terms of her muscle. I'd like to see different in terms of her rear running gear. I think it's good enough in this class because she's still better than the next two in the way that she goes. But I know it's there and I see it. I want it to be better. Heifer that comes in two, she's stout. She's huge boned and huge footed. She's not as good through her front end. She gets too straight and restricted in terms of her rear hock. Pink heifer that comes next, tremendously bold bodied. Another big footed, big boned heifer. She's not as neat through her front end. She doesn't hold herself together as correctly. That heifer is beautiful, young man, in terms of her head, her neck, her shoulder, her lines. She's just too skinny out here today. More days on feed. If she fills out, she's really going going to be a contender because I like her build, I like her structure. That young lady's heifer, if we can change the front tires and the shoulder, she goes way up for me because she's bold, she's stout. She just bows out entirely too much up front, has trouble going off either end. This heifer's got a lot of body and muscle, one that's not as good out of her shoulder. Next heifer, long-sided, nice neck, too flat in terms of her body shape. The next heifer is one not having a fun time out here, but they're doing a good job. She's a heifer that I like in terms of her length. She's too frail and refined in terms of her bone and foot. The next heifer is one that I appreciate the front end. She needs more to her. We finish out with a heifer that's long-sided and level top. She bothers me in terms of her front end and shoulder design. Give them a nice round of applause.
Placings in Class 4A. First place to 2347, Miss JW, the Admiral's Daughter. Cameron Ripkowski from Dayton, Texas is your champion. Second place to 702, Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro, Texas. Third place to 622, Ella Johnson from Welsh, Louisiana. Fourth place goes to 2089, Colton Bilski from Brenham, Texas. Fifth in class to 1686, Sadie Stibe from Maringouin, Louisiana. Is that the last one, Cindy? Is that her last one? Reminder, we got a lot of juniors today making their last trip through the ring at the All-American. That was one of them. Sixth place to 1580, Charles Krasafi, St. Francisville, Louisiana. Seventh place to 2162, Mackenzie Hewitt from Copperell, Texas. Eighth in class goes to 818, Blair LeBlanc, Gaines, Louisiana. Ninth place to to 1979, ninth place to 1491, Lauren Locke. That's, 1491, Lauren Locke. And 10th place to 1979, Peyton Welly from Katy, Texas. We're now working on the older half of the September heifers in Class 4B. Calf champion up next.
Good catch, Slick. Really interesting class out here, and yet the Lungary's heifer up front. Again, I know she's not perfect in terms of the structure off of her rear skeleton, because she needs to be better in terms of her hip and hind leg. But the one that's running around twice count, she is stout, she is powerful, she still has a nice neck, and I just think she is better in the way that she handles her rear running gear, even though she's not perfect, than the gentleman's heifer in two. When he gets her stopped, I love that heifer's look. I love her presence and her silhouette. I think there's enough to her. She's a little frail in terms of her bone and foot. Watch her exit the arena. She just never gets comfortable in terms of the way that she sets down at the ground. Stopped right there. Really, really good. Heifer that comes next is one that from her shoulder back, I like her power, I like her mass. You can see the problems in her front end structure here. She doesn't square up good enough. She's too straight through her shoulder and knee. We've got a heifer that comes in four, really good in terms of body shape. When we walk those four around, she's the one that bothers me most in terms of structure. Young lady's got a beautiful heifer in terms of extension, in terms of her body shape. I don't think she's quite as good in terms of her depth. Pink heifer next. She's got some body, some muscularity. She's too short and quick in terms of her front end. She struggles out of her knee. This heifer's really attractive and long-sided, breaks and separates behind her blade. That heifer's got some power and some muscle. She's too low set up front. That heifer coming next has got some body. I need her leaner and better in terms of her chest floor. Next gentleman's heifer's big bone, stout-footed and muscular. Hip and hind leg aren't good enough. That heifer's attractive. She needs more to her. That heifer's long and level and good-looking. Not good enough moving. Heifer at the end is long-sided. She's one that's got to have more muscle and power. Great set of kids, once again, that did a good job. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your placings in Class 4B. First place to 206, ARW Mama's Money, 6 with a 5. Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. Second place to 597, Branham LaRue from Houston, Texas. Third place, 1409, Hannah Lusnar, New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Fourth place to 725, Caston Tip, Shiner, Texas. Fifth place to 377, Lily Vogt from Bernie, Texas. We'll come back and complete the placings after the calf champion drive. First calf through the gates, your winner out of class number 1. That's Miss H.C. Constance, 283 of the 6, shown by Heath Waller from Eddy, Texas. Second place in that class was shown by Levi Larson. Second heifer in is going to be your 2A champion, the December calf C.J. Bar, Miss Nelda, 113 with a 5, shown by Case Meir, Welsh, Louisiana. Second in that class was Slade Anderson from Mount Olive, Mississippi. The November champion was 549, TBR Delta Dawn, 121. Cooper Vaughn from Bell City, Louisiana, aboard. Second place in that class was shown by Big Wayne Hartley from Florida. We go to class 3. Class 3 champion is the October calf Brocken H. Miss Lulu, 11 with a 5, shown by Lane Hartley from Lake Butler, Florida. Second place in that class was exhibited by Jack Gillespie from Oklahoma. Class 4A, your champion of the younger September calves is Miss J.W., the Admiral's daughter, Cammie Ripkowski from Dayton, Texas. Second in that class was exhibited by Mackenzie Driver. And the winner of the last class, the older half of the September's ARW Mama's Money, 6 with a 5, Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. Branham LaRue was second place in that class. This is your calf champion drive.
Well, as we start at the Gray Show, obviously a big division in terms of numbers, several split classes. These kids have worked hard to get to this point, beat a lot of good cattle to get here. Please put your hands together, show them some appreciation and some love for the first set of class champions and seconds. Again, I'm just honest with what I say, and in the red deal, that one came in and I knew it was over. It was a home run. Out here, I think there's a lot of give and take. There's lots of good ones, lots of ones that I like, but there was not that just superstar that just gravitated up so easily. Doesn't mean that there is not quality animals in this lineup, but it is one of the closest, if not the closest decision I've had to make in a division drive so far. This guy would just lead this heifer up and kind of stretch her out some. You'd see that the heifer is really good in terms of her look. She's one of the better structured ones in terms of her comfort level out here. I think she's good enough in terms of her body and her muscularity. She's a female that while she's long strided and fluid, she's a little narrow in terms of her range. And even though that she is the youngest female out here, she's not the most powerful from behind. Just lead her up a little bit, bud. Just lead her up just a little bit. There you go. Let her stretch out for you. That heifer's got a lot of good stuff. This heifer in second from the hip forward, one of the more impressive ones. She's stout, she's powerful, she's dense. Her hip placement and assembly makes her hot, too straight. She wants to hyperextend a little, particularly when we get her in motion, and she compensates for that for being a little softer in terms of her pastern. Heifer in third, beautifully balanced, really good looking, gets tight in terms of her hock. Of the cattle out here, she's the one that needs more body, more shape. This heifer's got plenty of body. She's got some look. She wants to break behind her hump. He knows it. He does a good job loining her. When we get her out and going, she crawls up underneath herself too much in the way that she utilizes her rear running gear. This heifer here, even though she's not showing it right now, when that young lady gets her stuck and her stop, it is a no-brainer for me. That's the ultra-attractive, good-looking, show ring-oriented one. That's stout, it's powerful, and big-bodied. For someone that prioritizes structure, number one, the way she moves off of her rear running gear bothers me. And that's the decision that I have to make. Is she good enough in this division in the way she goes off of her rear two to win? I do like a lot of things about that heifer, and I think she's the most unique one out here. I want to change her hind legs. Then that young lady, I told her that heifer's not easy to show, but she does an exceptional job. That heifer is powerful, she's stout, she's dense. You can see the issues in the heifer as we talked in class. She's too round out of her hip. She's not as level in terms of her top line, but I like a lot of things about her in terms of muscle and power. So I like them all. I think they're all real good. Young lady, I don't like her hind legs, but I think she's the best one, so she's going to be the champion. Congratulations to you. Going to go all the way up to the front for reserve. Congratulations to you, young man.
Calf champion gray cow is Miss JW, the Admiral's daughter. Champion out of Class 4A, Cameron Ripkowski from downtown Dayton, Texas, and then all the way back to the first class of the day in the grays, to Miss H.C. Constance, 283 with a 6, entry 2307. Heath Waller from Eddy, Texas. Congratulations, Cami Ripkowski and Heath Waller. Next up will be Class 7, the August Yearlings.
Smallest class of the day, only 4. That means I've got a 25% chance of getting it right. But if you don't think the heifer up front needs to win, catch me outside, because I'll argue that all day long. She is really, really cool through her front end. She's massive in terms of her muscle, good in terms of her body. Again, is her hock absolutely perfect in terms of the way she goes? No, it's not, but it's good enough. That's a good-looking stout heifer. Wins this class with ease. Good job, young lady. Heifer that comes in second, really attractive, very good in terms of lines, not nearly as powerful as the heifer up in front of her. Heifer in third has more muscle, has more body. She's not as good through her front end or shoulder. Little guy's heifer at the back's awfully attractive and good-looking and long. She gets awfully narrow in terms of the way that she goes off either end. She needs to be changed structurally, the most of the 4. Give those 4 people a nice round of applause. Good class, even though it was tiny.
First place in the August heifers goes to 2050. Miss A.S. Sadie, 134 with a 5. Allie Thane from Lavernia, Texas. Second place in class goes to 1620. Ross Turner from Larange, Louisiana. Third place to 1380. Tyler Burdine, Buna, Texas. Fourth place to 1477. Jet Gillespie from Makoshi, Oklahoma. Now in the ring are our Julys, and there's 9 of them. Tension in the barn, tension in the barn. It looks like a Toyota. Isn't that what those look like? Hold on. It says it on the back of it if you zoom in enough. Texas. It's a cool-looking, souped-up Toyota Tacoma, TJX 1017. You're parked in what I like to call an immediate tow zone. Take your chances, but I don't like your chances. If you got that black Tacoma, you're blocking the entrance to the southeast barn. You need to move pretty quick.
My first place showman here looked absolutely shell-shocked when he won his class. I said, you better have more confidence in her. I like that one really well. And so if you want to trade, I'll take her home. But I think that heifer's really nice. I think she's beautiful in terms of her balance and symmetry. I think she's proportionally correct in terms of her body and her muscle. In terms of her structure, I think she's by far the best one out here. In terms of how comfortable and flexible she is. Just overall, young man, if you don't like her, I'll trade you because I dig her pretty good up front. Heifer in 2 is powerful. She's stout. She's big bone. She's not in the same league as the heifer in front through the front 1/3 of her body, though. She's got a little extra luggage, a little extra shoulder, but you got to appreciate the mass and the muscle, and she does it on a sound skeletal build. Heifer in 3, I like the body shape. I like the refinement, femininity. She gets pretty tentative in the way that she goes. Heifer in 4 is one that has added shape and dimension. This young lady's heifer has some added shape and dimension. She gets up in her top and her hip. That heifer's long and level. She's not as correct in terms of her hock. Beautiful fronted female that gets too tense in terms of her spine. This heifer is one that I like the body depth. She gets a little narrow in terms of her gauge. The next female is one that's extra long. She's got to have more body depth. Heifer that rounds out the class. Strong top female. Got to have more to her. Again, y'all are going to make me yell at y'all if y'all don't clap harder for these kids. I know it's getting late. Y'all are getting tired. Y'all need to fire it up more. Give them a big round of applause.
Let's talk placings in Class 8, the July heifers. First place to 1210, MK Miss Josie, 22. I sure been saying Lane Hartley a bunch this morning, Lake Butler, Florida. Second in class to 1512, Ansley Ward, Gainesville, Florida. Third place to 945, Baxter Whitworth, Henderson, Texas. Fifth in class to 152, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Sixth place to 1263, Sophie Dennison, Iowa, Louisiana. Seventh place to 1668, Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Eighth to 2166, Anthony Hinojosa, Copperal, Texas. Ninth place back on the first page to 1098, Emma Trent from Anderson, Texas. Let's move now to class number 9A. We are splitting this single month class between the 8th and the 10th. So if you want to keep the book right, go to page 112 and under Sophie Dennison, draw you a line. Above that line and on page 110, that is class 9A. We'll call these the older grizzled veteran June yearling cows. Trivia time, trivia time. Since 1980, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, at the first one, this show has been called the All-American National Junior Brahman Show. Why? Why is this called the All-American National Junior Brahman Show? Incorrect, Mr. President. You've got a middle division, yearling division gray cows. They should all be in the makeup arena, except for the ones in the ring. Follow the live stream. Pay attention, call somebody up here. It is the sole responsibility of the exhibitor to be on time for their class. I've now said it during the gray show.
I definitely think one of the more interesting classes because there's so many different types and kinds out here. Really, just lots of interesting judgment calls. At the end of the class, I land on the heifer up front because she's the best looking female in terms of her design, her style, her balance, her silhouette. I think there's enough to her in terms of body and muscle. And while she's not perfect in terms of her structure, I still think she's good enough in this particular group of contemporaries. When this young man in second gets that heifer stopped, drops her top, she really gives you a good look in terms of her body shape. She's neat out of the top side of her neck. When we get her in motion, though, she wants to come up in terms of her hip and her spine. She's not as fluid as the heifer up above her, but there's so much more to her in terms of body density than the heifer in third. Heifer in three, she's long-sided, she's attractive. She's one, though, that's flatter in the lower portions of her body in terms of her mass. She gets tight and tentative in terms of her rear hug. This heifer's got a great look. She's got some added power. Her midsection's got to be different from me. She's got to be bolder in terms of her body and cage. We don't have that problem on the heifer that's next. This won't be a little difficult. She is big ribbed. She is round in terms of her body. She's not as correct in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Got a stout heifer next in terms of big bone, big footed, lots of muscle. She just doesn't fit together as nicely in terms of her silhouette. Pink heifer is different. She's long-sided. She's level design. She's too tight and tubular in terms of her body shape for me. The next heifer is one that I like her front end because she's smooth-shouldered. She's a female that's not as correct in the way that she handles herself off of her rear running gear. The next female's got muscle and power. She's too compact and early maturing. She gets tight off either end. This heifer is one that's tremendously bold, tremendously stout. She's one that needs to be leaned up. She's got to be better moving for me. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Your placings in Class 9A. First place to 1473 PCC New Tugboat Annie, Barry Belt, Huntsville, Texas. Second in class to 670 Zybe Stein, Bartow, Florida. Third place to 729 Jack Gillespie, Bocoshi, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 938 Tucker Paget, Molino, Florida. Fifth place to 2118 Iris Matthews from St. Augustine, Texas. Sixth place to 1113 Wyatt Daniels from Water Valley, Mississippi. Seventh place to 1434 Cadence Gary from Cleburne, Texas. Eighth place, back on page 110 to 397, June Patty from Diana, Texas. Ninth in class to 1311, Sophie Dennison from Iowa, Louisiana. And 10th, back on page 110 to 1207, Mr. Wayne Hartley from Lake Butler, Florida. Move down to the heifers that were all born in the span of 1 week. In early June 2025, we are in 9B. No, sir. Why is the All-American called the All-American? If you think back to the first one, that might be then, and what was going on in the world at the time with ABBA, that would give you your first clue.
When all this class rolled in here, I went and I asked the directors, how many more classes are in this division? They told me 2. This division lineup's probably fixing to be something, folks, because there's 2 that I really, really like, and then I do dig this rig up front a lot, too. In the gray show, there has not been a female that is that extra, exaggerated, powerful, cool, massive, all of the ESTs that you can throw at her that you want, and yet he puts her together just effortlessly and gives her that beauty queen look in terms of her profile. I'll be the first to tell you, because I'm honest, she's not perfect in terms of the way she moves from behind. I would like to see her just give and flex a scotch more there. Is she unsound? No, she's not. But I've called every single animal out, whether they're at the front or at the end. If I didn't like something on that structure, I adore that heifer. I still want to see her go a little differently. Young man, good job there. I like that one a lot. Heifer comes second, comes in early, and I said, well, there's the class winner, because she's beautiful and she is sound. She can get out and go and scoot, but she's one that when you compare her to that beast up front, she's just not nearly as powerful. She's not as stout. She's not as bold in terms of her bone and her footwork. That is a really good heifer, and you've done a great job all day. You just get in here with a water moccasin and get beat. That's just simple to it. Heifer here is one that's got a good look. She's powerful. She doesn't move as good as the 2 heifers up front. I like that heifer right there, young lady. Some people won't have her as high up as me. I like her build. I like her look. She's a little behind in terms of her grocery bill out here. If you keep feeding her and she fills out, that's a sound structured heifer that just needs more time. This heifer's long. She's big bone. She doesn't move good enough. The next heifer is one I like the muscle. I like the power. Change her up front through her front end and her chest. Young lady's heifer next. It's got a lot of muscle. She's square in terms of her top. She doesn't get out and go good enough. She's too flat in terms of her rib. Gentleman does a great job with that heifer here, and she's one that really takes a long stride from behind. She's too flat in terms of her muscle pattern and her proportions. This heifer is strong topped and level looking. She's one that, again, doesn't have the dimension or power. That heifer's one that's big-footed, big-legged. She's too straight from behind. I like that heifer's length. I like her muscle. Got to be better out of her hip. We finish out with a long neck, feminine featured female that's simply got not enough to her. Again, y'all got to get excited about these in this division. This is awesome. Give them a big round of applause.
Your placings in the older June heifers are as follows. Class 9B, first place to 1774, Miss DSC 44 with a 5, Teal Crunkey from Winnie, Texas. Second in class to 207, Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. Third place to 305, Miley Walker, Lake City, Florida. Fourth place to 1915, Leanne Kirchner from Thrall, Texas. Fifth in class goes to 606, Mason Roberts from Iacca City, Florida. Sixth place to 327, Lawson Maddox from Sebring, Florida. Seventh in class goes to entry number 2091, Riley Fitzgerald from Anahuac, Texas. Eighth in class to 723, Caston Tip, Shiner, Texas. Ninth place to 1436, Case Gary from Cleburne, Texas. 10th place to 162, Leighton Joe Jefferson from Angleton, Texas. 11th place to 985, Michelle Cooper from Paris, Texas. And 12th place goes to 270, Carson Gilliland, Sebring, Florida. Folks, this next up is a great big class of May heifers. You're in 10A now, and we're going to split them between the 10th and the 13th. Split them between Dylan Garrett and Lindsey Bush. The split's over on page 115. There's 2 scratches in between Dylan Garrett and Lindsey Bush. Oh, yeah, they did. There's 42 of them.
Another tremendous class. Please give these exhibitors along the rail a big round of applause. This unique colored female up here, she's going to be another one that when we get in this division lineup, she's just one that I gravitate to because she is drop dead good looking. And then she's got that unique color. You can't make one any more attractive in terms of their balance, their composed look, their presence, and she's dead on in terms of her condition. She proportions out exceptionally well in terms of her body, her muscularity. She's one that I think is good at the ground in terms of her running gear. She might be a touch narrow in terms of the way she utilizes her rear hug, but that is one beauty queen, good looking one right there, young man. You should be proud to be sticking her. It's heifer in second. I like a lot of things about her. She's bold-bodied. She's bold-centered. She's good in terms of her muscle. She gets too far up underneath herself in terms of the way she utilizes her hind leg. Young lady, gonna apologize to you. Didn't pull you the first time around. When that heifer came in, she stumbled just a little bit. She wasn't going good. That's why you didn't make the first pull. When we came back around in the top 10, she does go nice. She gets a little off in this front knee. She's not quite as good in terms of her body shape, but that's a quality heifer, and you needed to move up in the line, and so you did. Cool colored heifer comes next, like the class winner, stout, powerful, a little more compact. Told this young lady here, I said, nobody's ever told you you're cute, have they? And she just kind of grinned at me. She is cute, and she's got a stout heifer that's really good in terms of her mass. You can see she just doesn't go good enough for me, but a really, really good pair there. This young lady does an exceptional job. Good fronted, smooth-shouldered heifer that's too straight through her shoulder and knee. Heifer at the back, long-sided, level design. There's not enough to her. This heifer's got plenty to her. She's not as good in her rear running gear. That heifer's got a cool neck. She's off in her hip. A lot of power, a lot of muscle here, young lady. She's got to be better built. Another great class. This division is going to be something when we get to it. Give them a big round of applause.
First place in Class 10A is entry 560, A.T. Lady Gaga. Wyatt Landry from Morse, Louisiana on the halter. Second place, Go back to the bottom of page 113. That is 924 Cali Kloss from Sealy, Texas. Third place in that class. Move back to the other page. 165 Quinn Paget from Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 1234 McKenna Cook from LaRue, Texas. Fifth in class to 1126 Lucy Rose Dickens from Sumrall, Mississippi. Sixth in class over on the page 115 Callie Kreft with entry 1164. Seventh place goes to 1859 Sarah Ratan from Laneville, Texas. Eighth in class to 2084 Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Ninth goes to 402 Sydney Siska from Sealy, Texas. 10th place to 791 my friend Mary Lee Rink from Rialitas, Texas. Now making selections in class 10B. These are heifers born in the first 12 days of May 2025. Your yearling division drive follows this class. If you're in class 13A, please come to the makeup arena. Be the younger half of the April heifers. We have a wallet that's been turned in on the concession stand. I won't tell you the name, but he lives on Carlos Drive in Sulphur, Louisiana. And this reminds me of the Seinfeld when the chiropractor told George he had back problems because his wallet was in his back pocket. You gotta be a full-grown man to carry this one. It's on the announcer stand.
Once again, a great class to end this division. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause for their efforts. Another very nice way to end this class. And again, the heifer that's got the cool color pattern rises to the top because when we get them out on the move, she simply outmoves the heifer in second. She's more flexible and comfortable, particularly out in terms of her hock and her hip. She's one that's got style and balance. Does she have one of those ultra cool pieces like some of them are going to be in this division? Probably not, but she's solid. And she's sounder than the gentleman's heifer in two. That heifer's big-bodied, she's broody, she's got muscle, she's nice in her look. She just gets too tight and tentative in terms of her rear running gear to go on and win the class. Heifer in third, ton of power, lots of length. Her body shape's got to be different. Gentleman four's got a broody, big-bodied female, gets too far up underneath herself in terms of her running gear. Heifer in five's got muscle, got look. I need to lean her up. I got to make her better out of her knee and her front feet. That heifer's gorgeous in terms of her balance and her profile. She breaks behind her shoulders. She's too tight moving. Young lady's heifer that comes next, big-bodied, stout. Her running gear isn't as good. The next young lady's got a long level designed heifer that's too flat in terms of her rib. We got a stout, powerful heifer that's too jammed together. This heifer's got a ton of mass, a ton of muscle, young lady. She's one that's just not good looking enough to run in this deep water. Give them a big round of applause.
Placings in Class 10B, first place to 1763, Miss T.K. Remy Tylee Bowler from Gonzales, Texas. Second in class to 1776, Teal Crunky from Winnie, Texas. Third in class goes to 771, Madison Parker from Liberty, Texas. Fourth in class goes back on the first page to 1008, Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Fifth in class to 1770, Tanner Bowler, Gonzales, Texas. Sixth in class to 456, Ethan Alvarez, Gladewater, Texas. Seventh to 1691, Callie Sanders from Maringouin, Louisiana. Eighth place went to 1976, Skylar Wilkerson from Katy, Texas. Ninth place to 1358, Marley Goodman from Lake Wales, Florida. And 10th in class to Ruby Thomas with entry 2055. Let's set your drive here for you in the Yearling division. Your August champion was Miss A.S. Sadie, 134 with a 5. Allie Thane. Never mind us, folks. It's our first show. I know. Ross Turner was second place in the August class. The July champion was MK Miss Josie, 22, Lane Hartley from Lake Butler, Florida. The reserve champion was Ansley Ward, beautiful Gainesville, Florida. 9A, your champion. That'd be the elderly June heifers. That first place would go to PCC New Tugboat Annie. Barry Belt, Huntsville, Texas. Second in that class was won by Zabstein from Bartow, Florida. Phosphate capital of the earth. We go now to the older grizzled veteran June heifers. Your champion was Miss DSC, 44 with a 5. Teal Cronky from Winnie, Texas. Second in that class was A. Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. And then we go to the split May heifers, the older May heifers. Your champion was A.T. Lady Gaga, 251 with a 5. Shown by Wyatt Landry from Morse, Louisiana. Second in that class was exhibited by Callie Kloss from Steele, Texas. And then the last class again, that is Tylee Bowler, who won that class with Miss T.K. Remy 11. Tylee and Remy come from Gonzales, Texas. Second place in that class come from Teal Cronky, being shown by his little brother. May or may not know where to go, but he's there. This is your Yearling Champion Drive. Mr. Judge, I think you were right. Good news is there's another 200 of them back there.
I knew this was going to be extremely special, and it really, really is. And I'm not sure how many different junior nationals I've ever judged. It's been a few. I can tell you that this front lineup is without question the best division lineup of cattle I have ever judged at any junior national. And so you should be extremely, extremely proud of that. 5 of these front heifers are the 5 best heifers that have come in the Gray Show. And unfortunately, there are spots for only 2. And so I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. But if I was y'all and I had that kind of quality, I would go 5 deep in the overall, and I would go 5 deep in the division, because there are cattle that are not going to get recognized that deserve a lot of it. And again, that's just my 2 cents. The government discontinued pennies, and so it's not worth much. Back to the cattle. That young lady up front, she came in class 1, and I said, that heifer's going to be incredibly tough to beat in this division, because she is so ultra cool through her front end. She is stout, she is powerful, she is really round in her rib, and she is tough to beat in this division. And I'm going to get critical on all of them, but do not think I don't love them, because I do. But when it gets here, you've got to describe the differences as you see them, so y'all can see what I am doing out here. She gets a touch tighter in terms of her forerib compared to the cattle behind her. And while she's sound, she does not set down in terms of her hock quite as squarely as what is ideal. That is an outstanding female young lady, and you are an awesome showman. That guy in second, when he won that class, that's what judges like me live for. He was just so shocked and surprised and happy, and you don't see those many often, and so I'm kind of pulling for that kid just a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. That heifer is exceptionally well built, because she is just so comfortable out here in terms of the way that she goes. She's ultra good in terms of her body. She has some look. Compared to a heifer in front of her, some at the back, does she have one of those radically cool pieces? Probably not. But that heifer is just as solid as you can make one, and I loved your reaction, young man. Heifer in the middle won that class because she was attractive and good looking. She is swimming with great white sharks out here in this lineup, and she just doesn't hold up quite as well, but that heifer wins classes and wins shows at a lot of different places. Then we come to this young man's heifer here. Again, as extra, exaggerated, stout, powerful, unique as any of them that have come in here, the decision you have to make if you're the one holding the mic, is she good enough in terms of the way that she goes off her rear to go the distance? And I'll be honest with you, for me, I make that decision right now. Because if I call her good enough in division, then she goes the whole way. And so that's the thing that I have to consider. The heifer behind her, I don't know if you can make one any more striking in terms of her presence. She just commands your attention. She is just superstar, rock star, good looking. She's a female that's good in terms of her body. Everything blends. She's on point in terms of her, how she's been managed out here. She's sound at the ground in terms of her flexibility. Might be a touch in there in terms of her rear hug. That female gets in the corner of my eye, and she never leaves. And that's a hard thing to do. Heifer behind her, young lady, that's a heifer much like the little young guy too. Solid heifer. She's good looking, she's stout, she's powerful, she's sound. I don't think she has quite as many unique parts and pieces as some of them out here. I think this is absolutely incredible. And again, if you aren't proud of them and you don't like these cattle, get out of this breed and make room for somebody else. Y'all better put your hands together for this set out here. It is phenomenal. Young man, you're the champion, you're the reserve. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your intermediate champion comes to us out of class number 10A, correct? No. That's Mr. Wyatt Landry from Morris, Louisiana with AT Lady Gaga. We will reserve by going with the calf out of the class just in front of it. Correct? Correct. And I got to find him. That's Miss DSC 44 with a 5, entry 1774, Mr. Teal Cronky from Winnie, Texas. Congratulations, Wyatt Landry and Teal Cronky. Coach, it don't get any easier the rest of the way. They just bigger. All right. We split class 13 into A and B between the 15th and the 16th. So if you go to page number 118, draw a line between McKinley Marr and Bristol Tucker, and that's the dividing line between A and B.
Well, a very interesting class out here, and I'll be honest with you. Y'all just peel them around over here so the crowd can see them. I'm going to use the heifer in the lead that's probably the least my type and kind because she is sounder structured, better moving, and better built. In terms of her structural integrity up front, she's stout, she's powerful, she's big-bodied. She's not nearly as cool in her look or her presence as the next two. Watch her come at you and away from you. She's the best-footed, soundest one. That's why she wins. I'd clean her up in terms of her chest, make her more attractive up front. Heifer in the middle, really one that I like her front end. I think there's enough to her. She's not as powerful as the heifer up above. She's a female that gets a little straight off either end, but she still moves better than the heifer in third. Stopped. That heifer wins the class for fun for me. She's striking, she's got presence, she's got power. She just doesn't go good enough, sweetheart, off either end. Little guy in fourth does a nice job with a good heifer in terms of body. Her hips got to be better. Her front shoulder needs to be elevated. Heifer after that, I like her neck. I like her body length. She's not quite as good in terms of her hip and hind leg. That heifer here coming next has got some look and power. Obviously, she's not stout enough. That heifer's got plenty of muscle and mass and body. Not quite as good looking. Needs to be leaned up. This heifer's good in terms of her condition. Sound moving. I've got to see her different in terms of her front end. Heifer next is one that's deep-bodied, long-sided. She's too deep in terms of her chest, higher in terms of her flank. I like that heifer's look up front. Hip and hind legs not good enough. That heifer's one that's deep-sided. Got to be better and more agile from behind. Pinkish heifer's got muscle and power. Not good enough moving. Heifer that closes the class. Really big-bodied. Hip and hind leg and front end simply aren't competent enough. Once again, please give them a big round of applause.
Your placings in the second half of the younger half, the April heifers. First place to 1701, Miss La India 20, McKinley Marr from Danbury, Texas. Second in class to 134, Addison Tullis from Pasa Get Down, Dena, Texas. Third place to 2232, Ceci Guerra from Lynn, Texas. Fourth in class to 727, Old Caston Tip from Shiner, Texas. Fifth place to 943, Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. Sixth place to 1272, Cody Calhoun Jr. from Shepherd, Texas. Seventh in class, 1107, Peyton Stepp from Sardis, Mississippi. Eighth place to 1498, Lindsay Locke from Hungerford, Texas. Ninth place to entry number, who's your ninth? 2074, Hudson Garrett. And 10th place in that class went to entry number 2092, Jenna Fitzgerald from Anahuac, Texas. This is your April 1st through April 15th, class 13B. Spoiler alert, the next class is split as well.
Please give these exhibitors a nice round of applause as they head on out for their efforts. Another big class with a lot of give and take, and then it's just you watch these front two walk. Young man's heifer up front is more comfortable in the way that she sets down off either end. Good in terms of her body shape and style. Still has some look. Again, I don't know if she's got one of those unique pieces, but she's a very good heifer. This heifer's beautiful in terms of her balance and symmetry. Great in terms of her look. She just gets a little tight in the way she handles her hock. Pink heifer, I like the body shape, and she's got enough muscle. She's not as attractive as the two up above. Heifer in 4, the young lady with the bow, long spine, level hip. She's too tight in terms of her forerib. She gets too frail in terms of her bone and hood. Heifer in 5, I moved up some because she's sound moving and nice looking. She needs more body shape and content. Heifer behind her has got that in terms of mass, muscle, and depth. She's not as good in terms of her rear running gear. That heifer's stout and powerful. She doesn't go good enough. Good-looking heifer in terms of her depth of side and smoothness of shoulder, gets underneath herself in terms of how she moves. That heifer's got a good front, some body length. Again, up underneath her in terms of she goes. That heifer's awfully attractive. She's just too tight off either end of her skeleton. Give them a big round of applause.
Your placings in Class 13B are as follows. First placed entry 732 BRC Shake Rattle Roll 703 Brock Sartwell, Campbellton, Texas. Second in class to 205 Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. Third in class goes to entry number 830 Madeline Chamberlain from Coshada, Louisiana. Fourth place, entry 178, Bristol Tucker from Hallettsville, Texas. Fifth place in that class was won by 1896, Ross Turner from Loranger, Louisiana. Sixth place to entry 844, Lydia White from beautiful Angleton, Texas. Seventh place to 1698, Charlie Plochet, Jennings, Louisiana. 8th place goes to entry number 1192, Kinley Kasurik from East Bernard, Texas. 9th place, 1191, also entered by Kinley Kasurik. 10th in class to 1697, Connor Plochet, Jennings, Louisiana. Move now to the older half of class 14. We'll split them between the 13th and the 16th. After Emma Thomas, who's 2 down from the top on page 121, we'll draw a line under Miss Emma Thomas, and that'll be 14A above that line, 14B below it.
Well, an absolutely tremendous class, and there was never a question in my mind where I was going to start. That thing makes you whip your neck around in a hurry because she's got beauty pageant good looks, and she's bold body. She's powerful in terms of her muscle. Everything fits together seamlessly. She's expertly shown and presented. She's great in terms of her leanness and her freshness out here. I've criticized every single animal that's going to come in here. She gets a tight, short, in terms of her rear step, but that is getting hypercritical on one of my favorites that I've seen today. Young lady, be very, very proud of that one right there, because I am proud for you. Give her a big round of applause. This is a good heifer that comes in second. Solid, sound, attractive. She's just not as intriguing, as extra or exaggerated as that beauty pageant queen up front. I like that heifer, and you do a good job. This young lady's got another good heifer in terms of her body shape, in terms of her rib. She's not nearly as correct out of her hip and her hind leg. I like that heifer in 4 because she's thick, she's stout, she's square, she's too compact and jammed together. Heifer after hers, long body, level design, gotta have more bone. Young man's got a stout, powerful heifer, doesn't go good enough up front. That heifer is tremendously stout and big bone lady. She's too coarse in terms of her joints and her front end. Nice heifer in terms of look and levelness, not enough muscle. That heifer's on top, straight in terms of her lines. She's too flat in terms of her rib. After that, the red heifer is one that I like the extra length. She's got to move better. That heifer's got some added roundness of rib. She's not as correct in terms of her running gear. Big, long heifer next that's off in her hip. We close out the class with the female. I like the added depth. She's just got to go considerably better for me. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your placings in class 14A. 14A. Are we A? Yeah, the March Calves. Of course we are. First place to 650. BRC, Your Gypsy 700, Molly Jo Cottrell, Wharton, Texas. Second in that class went to entry number 166, Quinn Paget from Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Third in class to 1764, Tylee Bowler, Gonzales, Texas. Fourth in that class went to entry number 1669, Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Fifth place, it's here somewhere. I wrote a 5 down. Who was fifth? All right, so I think what we did was we skipped fifth. So then we just need to subtract a number from all the rest of these. So I'm going to be doing math on the fly. So 1269, that is Kimber Calhoun, is fifth, which means that seventh is now sixth. Drew Grazafi, St. Francisville, Louisiana, is sixth place with 1583. Seventh place goes to 1812, Olivia LaCour from Bachelor, Louisiana. Eighth goes to 1187, Kylie Dodson from Cowell, Texas. Ninth place goes to Lauren Locke with entry 1494. 10th place goes to 1787, Emma Thomas from Lake City, Florida. Congratulations. We move now to class 14B. This will be the older half of the March Calves. So we have an important announcement to all our Florida exhibitors. Florida exhibitors, you know that you are going to be required to have a health paper issued here at the show to enable you to return. I guess if you don't go past Lake City, you're all right, but if you're going past Lake City, you're going to have one. The veterinarians are here that are doing the visible inspections and writing health papers for your return. If you have not already met with the veterinarian and have not made arrangements for it, go into the ABBA office right up here in the building where they're selling the t-shirts and all that, and make sure that you have arranged for your health paper.
I promised myself I wouldn't do this, but I just heard that announcement about Florida and health papers. I wish somebody that had power and authority to make these decisions would figure out real quick that the screwworm isn't going to come home to your state on your calf. It's going to come in the trailer or the truck, and no vet is going to be able to fix that. And so that's enough said right there, but I'm afraid that we're going to wreck a whole lot of stuff for a whole bunch of kids in terms of showing. Scares me. Young lady, your heifer wins easy. She's sound, she's nice looking, she's solid. I like her well. Heifer in seconds, got a tremendous amount of muscle, wants to break and separate behind her shoulder, too tight in her hock. That's the best looking heifer in the class in terms of her composed look up front, her presence. She's too flat in terms of her rib. Young lady, you do a nice job with the stout, powerful heifer that doesn't move good enough. The next heifer is one that I like for the added length, the levelness. She wants to get off in terms of her shoulder and her front end. Pink heifer is one that's good in terms of her depth of body. She needs to be round her rib. She's got to be better out of her hip. That heifer is extremely powerful, young lady. She doesn't go good enough for me off either end. Got a heifer after that, really long, lots of muscle. Got to move better considerably out of her front end. That heifer's good in terms of her body, nice in terms of her neck. Not enough substance from behind. Heifer's big-bodied, stout, and powerful in terms of her rib. She's off in her hip. She's borderline one that I need to see her fresher. That's an attractive, lean, good-looking one. Simply not good enough off either end of her skeleton. Young lady's heifer is one that's got some added length and extension. Gets too narrow in the way she utilizes her hock. Heifer's got a good front end. She's too short and quick in terms of her hip. That heifer is stout, powerful, and opened up. She's overdone in terms of her condition. She doesn't move good enough for me. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your placings in class number 14B. First place to 295, LGL Sprinkles Sugars, sixth with a 5, Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Second place to 701, Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro, Texas. Third in class goes to 1784, Colt Crunky, Winnie, Texas. Fourth place to 308, Laney Bedenbaugh, Lake City, Florida. Fifth in class to 1175, Gracie Nunez, Iowa, Louisiana. Sixth place to 124, Ty Davis from Lake Harbor, Florida. Seventh place to 790, the cow's name is Frida Bell. I just like that, it rolls off the tongue. Mary Lee Rank from Riolitas, Texas on the halter. Eighth place went to 571, Lillian Wall from Micanopy, Florida. Ninth to 2231, Ceci Guerra from Lynn, Texas. 10th in class to 2080, Dylan Garrett from Robstown, Texas. Let's move now to class 15A. We split the February's too. We split them between the 14th and the 19th. If you go down on page 123, right there at the very top of the page, Jackson Minks. Draw a line under Jackson Minks. That's 15A. Above that line, 15B below it. These are the February the 19th through February 27th Gray American Brahman heifers. I'm not going to get an answer, so I'll just tell you the answer. Cindy Stibe knows. The reason the All-American is called the All-American is because when Mr. Lee Berwick was president of ABBA, that's when we founded the American Brahman Breeders Association. Little history on Mr. Berwick. He was the president of Delta Downs in Vinton, Louisiana, bred several register of renowned quality gray Brahman cattle, and is the only man, I believe, ever to serve as president of both the American Quarter Horse Association as well as the American Brahman Breeders Association. One thing we didn't know is that when he was president of AQHA in 1969, he founded the American Junior Quarter Horse Association. So he's the father of two long-standing, very successful junior livestock organizations. The #1 bell cow event of the quarter horse industry is the All-American Futurity. That's why this show is named the All-American National Junior Brahman Show. As long as we say their names, they never go away. Shout out to Mr. Lee Berwick of Vinton, Louisiana, one of the big reasons, along with Mr. Wendell Schrunk, that we're all here today.
Another class that has a lot of quality and yet then just a little something that I'd probably tweak on every single one of them. Heifer up front wins for me because she's the best looking, the most show ring oriented. I think she's definitely more flexible than the other two females, even though she's not perfect out of her front end. I realize the heifer needs to be deeper bodied, bolder sprung. In this class, her look and her advantages in terms of the way that she moves gets her to the front of the line. Like the heifer in second because she's one that's attractive and good looking. She gets tighter in terms of her hip, her hind leg. She's a little flatter in terms of her lower rib. Stopped. I think this heifer can run with them because she's got some muscle when you get them behind her. She's got a good look. She's the one that bothers me the most structurally when we take them around for the last time. Spot hit hip over in 4. Stout, powerful, broody. Got to be more composed in terms of her top line and her hip. This gentleman's heifer is one really good in terms of body and muscle. Her navel needs to be different. She needs to be better in terms of her movement. That young lady's heifer is one that's got some added hip shape, one that's long-sighted, a changer in terms of her shoulder and knee. Next young lady's heifer, really long and attractive, not enough in terms of her body and rib. Heifer behind her is deeper sighted. She's not as correct in the way that she goes. That young man's heifer is long and level. I need to see her bolder everywhere. The next two heifers, similar in terms of type and kind, long-sighted, level design heifers that have to have more to them. The young lady's heifer is stouter in terms of her foot size. That's why she places above the young man's. Again, y'all are getting a little lazy on the clapping. I don't want to yell at you. Give them a big round of applause.
Your placings in class 15. Hey, next time y'all write placings down, make sure there's a second place in there. Do you have a 2 on the last class, or did you skip from 1 to 3? You have a 2? I need to see you then, please. Hold, please. That was operator error, not bookkeeper error. First place in that class went to Miss H.C. Saylor, Nicole Wilson from Franklin, Texas. Enter 436. Second place to 646, Cole Tesh from Kinney, Texas. Third in class to 894, Jackson Minks from Dayton, Texas. Fourth place to 1817, Olivia LaCour from Bachelor, Louisiana. Fifth in class to 1211, Lane Hartley from Lake Butler, Florida. Sixth to 550, Carter Vaughn, Bell City, Louisiana. Seventh, 1995, Mia Portillo from Deltona, Florida. Eighth in class to 1844, Ida Rushing from Ethel, Louisiana. Ninth place to 1271, Cody Calhoun Jr. from Shepherd, Texas. 10th in class, 275, Abigail Bro from Bolton, Mississippi. And 11th place to 639, Micah Riggs from Clinton, Mississippi. Move now to class 15B. Again, in your book, the first one will be Adeline Como, will be the oldest end of this class, youngest end of this class, all the way back down to the oldest ones. We will not split the January class. We'll have intermediate division, not after this class, but after the next. Again, we've been asked to remind, if you are from Florida and you've not yet gotten your return health paper done, please go see the ABBA staff in the temporary office here by the north end zone concession stand, and they'll make sure you get mated up with your veterinarian.
Well, I don't know exactly where we're at or how many are left, but I can tell you in terms of the classes that we've seen, this is kind of like Bonquiqui. This is a complicated order, people. I'm not going to lie to you. Lots of quality out here, but then there's some stuff that you got to decide on. I never had a question that this young man's heifer was going to win. I think she's the best structured. I think she's the nicest looking. She's the logical thing for me to do. Does she need to be bolder bodied and deeper sided? Yes. In this class, she's the good looking, sound structured one that has muscle. Less I need to modify on her so she wins. Gentleman's heifer in second. Big body, broody, heavy muscled. She gets out in terms of her front end. She's considerably leaner, and she's considerably better in her spine than the heifer in third. Young lady, the heifer's stout. She's powerful, she's thick. Watch her exit the arena. She gets too tight, tense, and the top side of her spine. I want to lean her up. In terms of her condition, gentleman in four's got a heifer that is leaner, is fresher, attractive in terms of her look, not as much body and shape. The next two cattle are similar in terms of type and kind, in terms of their body shape, their depth. That heifer's too tentative in terms of her movement. That heifer needs to be leaner. This heifer here has got some muscle, some power. She's too round in her hip. Heifer after her is long-sided, level design, not as good in terms of her forerib or her chest floor. That heifer's one that I like her in terms of her depth of side. Again, she doesn't stay composed. Heifer next is one that's extra good moving, long-fronted, not enough to her in terms of rib and muscle. That heifer's got some length. She's good in terms of her lines. She's entirely too restricted in terms of her rear hock. Heifer that closes out the class, big bone, big-footed. She's too flat in terms of her rear tires, doesn't have enough body. Give them a nice round of applause.
All right. First place in that last class, you're going to have to add it in for some reason. Didn't get picked up in the catalog. That's an added entry, 1584. Miss S.C. Pole, Texas Queen, Drew Grizafi from St. Francisville, Louisiana. Second place in that class went to entry number 940, Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. Third in that class went over on the next page. Nope, still my page. Who was third? Nope, we're below that line. Nope, that was from the previous class. Jen. Third place in that class continuing was 1357, Marley Goodman from Lake Wales, Florida. Fourth in class to 1347, Paul B. Hayes V from Glen Rose, Texas. Fifth in class to 1869, Julian Chavez from Brookhaven, Mississippi. Sixth place to 470, Adeline Como from Church Point, Louisiana. Seventh place, 2045, Anna Kate Thomas from Honey Grove, Texas. Eighth place to 984, Michelle Cooper from Paris, Texas. Ninth to 216, Jolie Bartlett, Sims, Texas. And 10th place to 2225, Caslin Van Vost from Horatio, Arkansas. Now working on the last class, the intermediate division, class 16. These are your January heifers.
We've had a lot of classes and a lot of numbers in this division and a very solid way to end. Young man's heifer up front really has a very poised and very good look in terms of her show ring presence. She's attractive, she's well built, she's a female that's still got some body and some mass to her. Just a solid individual. She wants to be just a little funny in the way that she sits down right up there on her front toe, but I still like her look, I like her presence, and I like her muscle. And I think she wins this class pretty easy, so good for you. Heifer that comes in second, really good in terms of her length, her body depth, her hip and her hind legs got to be better, but she is more attractive through her front end, leaner in her chest floor than heifer in third, stout, powerful, dense, and square. There's just too much of her. In the front 1/3 of her body, gotta make her better looking up front. Young lady does a nice job in 4 with the stout, powerful heifer that doesn't move good enough. Pink hinge heifer in 5, one that I like for the added body and substance. She gets a little flatter, wants to get underneath herself in terms of her leg. Heifer right there is really thick. She's very square. Her hip and her hind leg are not quite as competent. Got a pink heifer that comes next. Big body, deep-sided. Watch the hind leg, watch the pastern. It's just not good enough in the way that she sets down or the way that she stands. That heifer's better moving. She's tall-fronted. There's not enough to her. Next heifer's long-sided, level design. Again, got to have more body and rib. That heifer is deeper-sided, better in terms of her forerib, not as good moving. Heifer at the back, really good looking, very straight line. She's entirely too straight off either end of her skeleton. Give them another big round of applause as we end out this division. That means clap. Y'all gonna make me yell if y'all don't clap.
First place in Class 16, the January calves, is 850, D7, Miss Katie 170, Hadley Wright from Hustler, Louisiana. Second in that class, 255 HCC, Miss Cajun Croissant, Grayson Hensey from Brenham, Texas. We'll come back after the drive and we'll complete the placings on Class 16. Let's set your drive for you. Let's go all the way back to class number 13A. These will be part of the April calves. First one through the gate. Miss La India, 20. McKinley Marr from Danbury, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Addison Tullis, Pasadena, Texas. 13B, your champion was entry 732, BRC Shake, Rattle, Roll 703, Brock Sartwell, Campbellton, Texas. Ada Lee Wainwright was second in that class. Class 14A, your champion out of the younger half of the marches. BRC, your Gypsy 700. Molly Jo Cottrell from Wharton, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Quinn Paget from Louisiana. The older half of the March heifers, class 14B, your champion was, over on the first page, LGL Sprinkle Sugar, 6 with a 5. Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. Second in that class was exhibited by Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro, Texas. Younger half of the February, your champion was entry number 436, Miss H.C. Saylor. Noel Wilson from Franklin, Texas. Coltash was second in that class from Kenny, Texas. Class 15B, the older half of the February, first place was Miss S.C. Pold, Texas Queen. Drew Grizafi from St. Francisville, Louisiana on the halter. Baxter Whitworth was reserve class champion, and in the class just concluded, your first place entry was D7, Miss Katie 170, Hadley Wright from Hustler, Louisiana. Reserve class champion was Grayson Hensey. This is your intermediate champion, Gray Cow Drive.
Well, as I said at the end of the last class, again, a big division, lots of classes, lots of quality. Y'all are really getting bad on the crowd participation out here. And I know it's hot. I know y'all been here a week. So have these kids. And y'all should be better to them than this. Give them a big round of applause. Y'all can do it. I know you can. It's better. It's not great, but it's better. Uh, I, I say it almost every show that I judge. Judging is just an opinion. Today, you have to deal with mine. And it's not a mathematical equation or a science experiment. It's just my opinion on the cattle of this day. With that said, in this division lineup, if you are not of the opinion that there is a singular female out here that wins in every category, every single way that you can analyze them out here, then you're wrong, and it's that heifer right there. Congratulations to you. After that, it gets close for me. Heifer up front, she won that class because she was sound moving and stout. She's not as much my kind in terms of her look, her presence. Heifer that comes in two, good in terms of her look, not as correct in terms of her running gear. Heifer is second to the champion, very solid. I'd like to see her stouter. This heifer's powerful, she's stout, she's sound moving. She's not quite as eclectic through her front end. She's not as dead level out of her hip. It's a beautiful heifer in terms of her type and kind. Gets a little tight in terms of her rear legs, too tight in terms of her rib. Stout, powerful heifer here that needs more body. Young man, this heifer on the stop, I love her in terms of her body, her shape, and her front end. The way that she holds those true front feet bothers me. The heifer I like second best is Blondie right here. Congratulations to you.
So let's go back to Class 14A. That was your intermediate champion BRC, your Gypsy 700, Molly Jo Cottrell from Wharton, Texas. And then we went 2 classes older to go find Lily Larson from Okeechobee, Florida. The Sprinkles cow. Entry number 295, LGL Sprinkles Sugar. 6 with a 5 was your reserve intermediate. Congratulations, Molly Jo and Lily Larson. Folks, next up is class number 19. This is the November and Decembers, and that is not how they are split. We're split between the 15th of November and the 28th. If you go to page 126, go one lot up from the bottom, draw a line under Lily Golden. That be where 19 A will be split.
interesting top trio out here, and the dark pigmented heifer up front. I think she's one that's got a great look in terms of her presence, her style, really excellent in terms of her lines, her balance, and her symmetry. She's got enough to her in terms of muscle. She's not overwhelming. Be the first to tell you she needs some fix-it-flat on her back pasterns, but in this particular group, I got to change something on all three of them structure, so she wins in terms of her look and balance. She's leaner than the heifer that comes into. Stopped, I can really get into your heifer, young lady, because she is powerful. She has more muscle than the heifer up above her. She's got some presence. She's borderline a little hefty for me, and then when we get her moving, she gets upright up front. She gets tentative from behind. Gentleman here does a great job showing long-sided, fresh female with some added length and extension. Wants to get underneath herself in terms of her rear leg. Compared to the two up above, bud, you don't have as much body. You don't have as much muscle. His heifer stout. She's powerful. She's square. She's got to be leaner. Your little heifer coming next. Like her lines, like her balance, like her muscle. Too compact and jammed together. That heifer's deep in terms of her body, pretty in terms of her appearance. Hip and hind leg are not as correct. His heifer is attractive up front, long-sided, too frail and refined in terms of her feature. Big bone, stout female that doesn't have enough body. The heifer that closes out, long-sided, level design, not enough to her. Don't make me yell at you. Give these kids a big round of applause.
Your placings in class number 19A. First place to entry 1285, Miss H.C. Yasmin Weston Bridges from Bell City, Louisiana. Second place to 1591, Miss H.C. Stormy, 250 with a 4, Harper Perkins from Newcastle, Oklahoma. Third place to 461, Ty Ritchie from Gladewater, Texas. Fourth place to 1309, Sophie Dennison from Iowa, Louisiana. Fifth in class goes to 816, Ella Rivette from Gaines, Louisiana. Sixth to 1749, Emiliano Guerra from Rio Grande City, Texas. Seventh in class to 145, Addison Tullis from Pasadena, Texas. Eighth place to 281, Lily Golden from Grand Lake, Louisiana. And ninth place to 764, Riley Harrell from Silsbee, Texas. Below the line again, we'll start at Cole Tesh and we'll move all the way back to the early November calves. This will be class number 19B.
So many differences in terms of type and kind in this particular class, especially the top trio, but lots of quality. That heifer's considerably leaner and fresher than the two behind her. I like her condition. I like her look through the front 1/3 of her body. She's a female that's got enough to her in terms of rib and body. Is she too frail in terms of her bone, foot, and feature? Yes, she is. Does she need to be more powerful in terms of her lower rib? She is way better in terms of her show ring presence, young lady. And while she's not perfect, she's still the best moving one. The stout, powerful, opened up one is the heifer in the middle. Young man does a nice job with her. She gets a little plain in terms of her front. She's got to be leaner and better moving for me. This young man's got a good heifer in terms of muscle, power, breaks in terms of her top line when we get them going. She's got the most issues off either end. Young lady in 4 has got a big bone, stout, thick one that's not as good in terms of her look. She really gets awkward in terms of her hock. That's a good looking heifer through her front end. It's too straight in terms of her hock. The next heifer is one that I like the added muscle. Hip and hind leg are not as competent as they need to be. Then we come into a heifer that's really good in terms of her length. She's too tight and flat in terms of her body. Heifer after her is deeper sighted, not as strong behind her hump. That heifer right there, young lady, has got some length and levelness. She's too deep in terms of her chest floor. Heifer after her, I like the added length and extension. She's too narrow in terms of the way that she moves. She's too flat in terms of her muscularity. We got a more powerful heifer coming next in terms of muscle and shape. She's really tight off either end. Then the heifer that closes out the class, got some body, not enough look, not enough mobility. Give them a nice round of applause.
Let's finish up Class 19B like this. First place to 2048, Ms. A.S. Maya, 128 with a 4. Allie Thane from Lavernia, Texas. Second place in that class went to entry number 1007, Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. Third place to entry 714, Cole Tesh from Kenny, Texas. Fourth place in that class went to entry number 1597, Addison Sanders from Wharton, Texas. Fifth in class to 286, Hannah Lusnar from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Sixth place went to 299, Mackenzie Mbach from Iacca, Florida. Seventh in class to 476, Peyton Gracia from Winnie, Texas. Eighth in class to 1875, Julian Chavez from Brookhaven, Mississippi. Ninth to 2325, Olivia Pucho from Maringouin, Louisiana. 10th place to 228, Dylan Swatek from Huntsville, Texas. 11th place to 699, Denver Driver from Winsboro, Texas. And 12th to 233, Briley Lynch from Waller, Texas. Let's turn now to class number 20. It is not split. These are our October past yearling heifers. Class 20. We have found more jewelry. We're now up to 3 potty bracelets. Come identify them, please. I don't touch a potty bracelet, sorry. The most recent one has a diamond-shaped white stone on it, about as big as a nickel, if a nickel was diamond-shaped.
Another really good class out here, and then I think just an ever so logical place to begin up at the front. That heifer's got a tremendous look of presence. As you study her in terms of her profile, she's still good in terms of her body dimensions, her mass, everything fits together. And I'm not gonna tell you she's absolutely perfect out of her hip. She's the soundest one in this class, and so she needs to win, and she does so by a good margin. Heifer that comes in 2 stopped, I like her well because she's got added muscle, added body. She's too upright in terms of her shoulder and knee. She gets tight from behind. This is a long level heifer that needs to be deeper bodied, and she's got to move better. Heifer in 4 is powerful. She's stout, she's square, she gets too straight in terms of her hog. I want to clean her up in terms of her chest floor. Big back, thick-ended heifer right there in 5. Got a lot of muscle. She doesn't move good enough. Heifer after her, different type, nice-bodied, a little frailer in terms of her muscle pattern. Heifer after her with the black points, really attractive and good-looking. Not nearly as correct in terms of her front-end structure and assembly. Then we've got a deep-sided female that needs to be cleaner and better moving. This heifer is more attractive in terms of her look and her design. She doesn't have as much power. Heifer after her, I like in terms of length and extension. One, though, that gets a little deeper in terms of front end. That's a long-sided level female that's not good enough in terms of her muscle or behind. Attractive heifer up front. Needs to be stouter boned and move better. That heifer's got a long neck, not enough to her. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your placings in class number 20 are as follows. First place to 2049, Miss A.S. Stella, 127 with a 4. Allie Thane from Lavernia, Texas. You can crack a smile, Sandra, that'd be all right. Second place in that class, 700, Mackenzie Driver from downtown Winnsboro, Texas. Third in class went to 2019, Reese Alexander from Ranger, Georgia. Fourth place went to entry 544, Kix Garner from Anna, Texas. Fifth to 1087, Mackie Simpson from Rio Hondo, Texas. Sixth to 605, Madison Roberts from Iacca City, Florida. Seventh place to 2310, Mackenzie Willard, Fairfield, Texas. Eighth to 621, thank you, Ella Johnson from Welsh, Louisiana. Ninth place to 1188, Kylie Dodson from Caldwell, Texas. 10th in class went to entry number 2292, Caitlin Trevino from Madisonville, Texas. Moving now to class number 21. We had enough scratches in this class where we went below the number. There are only 13 of them. These were all born during the month of September 2024.
I don't know if we've had a particular class where the top three are any more different than these three cattle are, but they also have a lot of good. And Simply Point heifer with the black points that comes to the front is the most my kind because she's the most show ring oriented. She has the most presence. She has the most look. Thinks she's adequate in terms of body depth and muscularity. Little frail and refined in terms of bone and foot. She's tentative in terms of the way that she sets down in terms of her rear too, but I could change the heifers in first and third in terms of structure. She's got way more look than the heifer in two. That's the soundest moving heifer, young lady, off of her rear running gear. She's bold, she's stout, she's powerful. She's got too much of her in her front end. She's not as smooth at her shoulder, wants to come out a little funny in terms of her shoulder and knee. This heifer's better looking, more attractive, got muscle. She bothers me the most structurally of the top three. Heifer coming around next, it's got a big hip. She's level in terms of her design. She's not nearly as correct in terms of her bone and foot. She's got swelling on her joints. This young man's heifer is awfully attractive. Lean out here. She's not as good in terms of how she moves. That heifer there has got muscle. She's got power. Got to be different in terms of her body shape. The next heifer is as stout boned and big footed as any. She's just one that's got too much of her in the front end. She's entirely too restricted in terms of the way that she moves. That heifer goes better, but she's not as correct in terms of her hip. Needs more muscle. That heifer has more actual mass and dimension, not as good in the way that she handles her front knee. Heifer after that is one that I like the added length and extension. Too flat in terms of her rib. The next heifer is one that you like for the fact that she goes good in terms of her front end design. She's a female that's deep enough in terms of her side, not near powerful enough in terms of her hip and her hind leg. That heifer's good looking, long-sided, too flat. This heifer's one that I really like the look. She's the lightest muscled and the flattest made. Give them a nice round of applause.
Class 21, let's talk placings. First place class winner, 1702, correct? Yes. That is Miss HMC. Pole to 256 with a 1, McKinley Marr, Danbury, Texas. Second place was 164, Quinn Paget, Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Third in class 2, entry number 1898, Ross Turner from Larange, Louisiana. Fourth in class went to 1046, Olivia Daly from Gilmer, Texas. Fifth place to 155, Holden Jefferson, the Cat in the Hat from Angleton, Texas. Sixth place to 958, Bristol Smith from Gilmer, Texas. Seventh to 662, Ellie Osment from Lumberton, Texas. Eighth in class goes over on page 131. That's Nicolas Guerra from Rio Grande City, Texas. Ninth place to 128, Savannah Remy from Bay City, Texas. 10th in class to 2087, Colton Bilski from Brunham, Texas. Move now to class 22. These are the July through August heifers, and we have 15 of these big ones for you to look at. Excuse me, we had a book mess up on the last one. Quinn Paget with Miss V861 with a 0. Our apologies. Was your class champion. McKinley Marr was second. Quinn Paget 1, McKinley Marr 2, Ross Turner 3, and so on.
Another competitive class with great kids. Give them a round of applause as they head on out. Y'all can clap when they win a class. That's kind of the purpose of coming out here. I'm letting you know. Young lady's heifer up front has more power, she has more mass and more density, and while she's not perfect in terms of her rear running gear, she is more comfortable, she is more flexible than the heifer behind her. She's got some shoulder to her. I took her in tighter in terms of her lower shoulder to make her neater in terms of silhouette. Like some things about her. Stopped, I like your heifer the best because she's beautiful through her front end, smoother at the point of her shoulder. She just gets too tight and tentative the way that she goes from behind. Heifer that comes in third, thick, stout, powerful. Of the top three, she's the straightest and most restricted. Heifer in 4 is one that I like for the length, like for the levelness. I don't think she's as good in terms of her muscle or her density. That heifer is really round-bodied, very deep. She's just not pretty and attractive enough. She gets caught up underneath herself. That's a good-looking heifer right there. In terms of her length, her extension, her lines, she's a female that's too flat, too narrow in terms of her gauge. Heifer after her, I like the body. She doesn't go good enough. Next heifer's tall-fronted and level line. She really isn't right in terms of her hip and her hind leg. That heifer's got some body and some mass. Again, crawls underneath herself in terms of movement. Young man's heifer, really good in terms of her body depth and her broodiness. Too short and compact. Young lady at the back has got an attractive fronted heifer. Doesn't have enough to her. Give them a big round of applause, please. Y'all need to clap.
I don't even know what that one lady's noise was, but I like it. It's kind of a woo and an ooh all built into one. Let's hear it again. 242 was first place. Miss Layla 5X1 with the 4. Josie Hampton from Iowa, Louisiana. Second place to 127, Miss BER 126 with the 1. Savannah Remy from Bay City, Texas. Where are you, Amy? Third place to 167, Leighton Joe Jefferson from Angleton, Texas. Fourth to 972, Colby Joe Koshin from Wharton, Texas. Fifth place to 1858, Sarah Raitan from Laneville, Texas. Sixth to 517, Kinley Rao. Sweet Kinley Rao from
from Yorktown, Texas. 7th place to 5:15, Bryn Vernon from Sulphur Bluff, Texas. 8th place to 11:28, Aiden Baker from Cove, Texas. 9th to 6:71, Zybe Stein from Bartow, Florida. And 10th place to Staley Dennison, Highway, Louisiana, with 13 and 15. Let's go back, set the drive for you. Your December champion out of class number 19A is the first one through the hole. That's Miss H.C. Yasmin. That is owned by Weston Bridges, Bell City, Louisiana. Second place in that class was exhibited by Harper Perkins of Newcastle, Oklahoma. Class 19B, the November champion, was on my paper somewhere. That's Miss A.S. Maya, 128 with a 4, shown by Allie Thane from Lavernia, Texas. Reserve in that class was exhibited by Jackson Smith from Ledbetter, Texas. October champion, Miss A.S. Stella, 127 with a 4. Allie Thane from Lavernia, Texas. Your second place in that class was exhibited by Mackenzie Driver from Winsboro, Texas. Class 21, your September champion was exhibited by Quinn Paget, Miss V861 with a 0. McKinley Marr, Danbury, Texas, was reserve in the class. And in the July through August class just concluded, Miss Layla, 5X1 with a 4. Josie Hampton, Iowa, Louisiana, was your class champion. And second in that class was 1 Savannah Remy from Bay City, Texas. This is your junior champion drive. 4 divisions down, 1 to go.
Well, as these exhibitors get them put back in line again, y'all are getting pretty bad on the clapping. Another excellent division. Give them a big round of applause for their efforts out here. There's been some differences in terms of type and kind. Heifer up front's beautiful to look at in terms of her presence, good in terms of her body, got enough muscle, she's not overwhelming. Like I said, want to fix the flat tires on the rear too, but that heifer's definitely a competitor. This heifer in 2 from the hip forward, I like her in terms of her look, her freshness, her power. Hip down, I need to change her considerably in terms of how she moves. Young lady's heifer in the middle, good looking, fresh, lean, powerful. I know she's not perfect in terms of her hip assembly. She's still the best moving one in this particular lineup. We could stouten her in terms of her bone and foot. Got a good looking heifer out of 4, cool colored, long sided, put together well, too tight in terms of her rib, too restricted in terms of the way that she goes. Heifer at the back, mass, power, density. She's one that needs to be better looking up front. Easy division winner for me. Young lady in the middle, you have it. Congratulations to you. Going to go up to the power couple up front to be reserved. Give them a nice round of applause.
Your division champion was the 127. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. 127. Yep, Allie Thane, 2049. Miss A.S. Stella, 127 with a 4. And the reserve, we go all the way back down to the other end to our Class 19A champion, and that is Miss H.C. Yasmin, entry 1285, exhibited by Weston Bridges from Bell City, Louisiana. That turns the page. We're around the quarter pole and down the home stretch, Mr. President. We are in the senior division. This is Class 25A. This is the May-June class, and they are split between Bristol Tucker, entry 175, and Kieran Abrigo, entry 1579. We're split between May 28th and May 22nd.
AJBA directors, please check your schedules. And if you've got senior division gray cows, you're not here. And we would ask that you be here, please. Thank you.
Really a very solid place to start in the senior division. Young ladies heifer up front, really one that puts together balance, symmetry, show presence, and profile. Does it in a sound build and a good structured package. Got muscle and mass, lean in terms of her condition. Just a solid female all the way through. Heifer in second's got a lot of power. She's big boned, she's big footed. She doesn't stay as composed in terms of her lines and her balance nearly as well as the heifer up front, but she moves better than the heifer that comes in three. That's a beautiful heifer, picturesque in terms of her profile, her look. She gets two upright off either end. Young lady, I like your heifer for the muscle, for the power. She's got to be better for her body. That's a stout heifer in terms of muscularity, back shape, hip. She just doesn't go good enough. She's a little swollen in her hocks. That heifer's good in terms of her body depth and her roundness of rib. Watch her go up front and behind. Not good enough. Dark pigment in heifer is one. I like the body shape. Got to lean her up and stretch her out. Black heifer, strong top, level line, not enough to her. That heifer is one that's attractive in terms of her look, too frail in terms of her bone. Bowhead does a great job with the long-bodied heifer. Needs more mass and muscle. Heifer that we close out with. Long-fronted, long-sided. Got to go better and got to have more power. Give them a nice round of applause.
All right, your placings in class number 25A. The June with a little May sprinkle in it. First place in that class goes to entry number, how appropriate, 1103, PCC, I'm speechless. Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas on board. Second place to 213, Peyton Pitts from Laurel, Mississippi. Third in class goes to Old Autumn Reynolds from Sebring, Florida, entry 103. Fourth place to 1664, Itty Bitty Bailey from Tig, Texas. Fifth in class to 153, Addison Tullis from Pasadena, Texas. Sixth place to 1827, Kellen Beasley from Jacksonville, Texas. Eighth place to 867, Cassidy Bilski from Brenham, Texas. Ninth place goes to entry 1095, Trace Trent from Anderson, Texas. Tenth place in class went to 175, Bristol Tucker from Hallettsville. 11th to 360, Dayton Cheatham from the Santa Fe, Texas. Move down to class number 25B. These would be the rest of the May heifers.
Got a really beautiful fronted heifer up at the front that's got a ton of power, mass, and length. She's a big girl, and I realized that. I tone her down in terms of her frame just a little bit. I think she's good enough in terms of how she moves. For her frame, she's got enough power. She's better in terms of her hind two than heifer in second. Young lady does a good job showing this heifer. Level design, nice looking. Too flat in terms of her lower rib and muscle. Heifer in third, really bold in terms of her body. Pretty in terms of her look. Needs to be leaner, not as good in terms of her structural design. Heifer in four is powerful. She's shapely. She's got to be better moving. Heifer in five is attractive and good looking. Not as much muscle and mass. Heifer after her is one that's ultra big bodied, really stout bone. She's too flat in terms of her pasterns. This heifer's got a big hip and a long neck. Breaks and separates behind her shoulder. Next heifer is one that's got some added stoutness and power. She's not good enough structured or looking. Heifer after her, I like the rib. I like the look. I change her in terms of the way that she moves. moves out of her rear two. That heifer's deep-sided, nice fronted, too flat. We got a stout, powerful heifer at the end. Simply not good enough in terms of her structural design. Give them a nice round of applause, please.
All right, folks, your placings in Class 25B are as follows. First place to BCC, Lady Pold Laney, 277 with a 4. That is entry 204. Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. Second in class to 163, Quinn Paget, Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Third place to 1312, Sage Dennison from Iowa, Louisiana. Fourth place to 1310, Sophie Dennison from Iowa, Louisiana. Fifth place over on page 135 goes to 356, Cooper Spector from Noble, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 1088, Mackie Simpson from Rio Hondo, Texas. Seventh place to 1742, Olivia Guerra from Rio Grande City, Texas. Eighth place to 570, Lillian Wall from Micanopy, Florida. Ninth place back on page 133 to 1268, Kimber Calhoun from Shepherd, Texas. 10th place to 1579, Karen Abrigo from McAllen, Texas. Ain't got but one more will do that. 11th place to 750, Lena Rumke from Burton, Texas. Moving now to Class 26. This old joker is split as well. This is the March-April class, and it splits at April 5th. April 5th, Carly Prosella stays in the top half of the class with the A's. And Emma Meir starts the B's.
young man with the pink heifer is going to win, and that's the logical place for me. Solid's a good term for her. Sound moving, good built, nice looking female, got some body and mass. Again, she doesn't have an intriguing or an out there piece. She's just good wherever you analyze her. I really like the little cow that comes in second. She's pretty up front. She's good in terms of her structural build. She's not as powerful or as stout. That's the best udder that we've seen on a pair all day. The best thing about this pair is that calf is better than the mama. And that's what we're supposed to do, is make the next generation better. So that's why she gets far up for me, because I do like that heifer calf. Think you're going to have a lot of fun with her. Heifer in third, bow body, stout. She's got to be better in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Young man's pink heifer in four. Lots of body, lots of mass. She's got to be leaner and longer. The next heifer has got length and extension. She's cool-fronted. She's not as correct in terms of her running gear. Heifer after her is one deep-bodied, really big bone female that's got to be leaned up, move better. The other pair here that I like in terms of her front end, her refinement, not as good in terms of mass. I change her just a little bit in terms of her udder. That's a long-sided, level-designed heifer that's kind of red, that needs more body shape. Her hip and hind leg aren't competent enough. Stout, big-footed female that's not pretty enough or moving good enough from behind. Blue tinge heifer, a lot of mass, a lot of muscle. Again, got to be leaner and fresher, got to move better. That heifer is excellent in terms of her condition, good in terms of her look, not enough to her. That's a sound moving heifer that needs more muscle. This heifer is stout, powerful, way overgone in terms of her condition out here. Got to be leaner and fresher. We finished the class with one that's long and level, not enough power. Give them a big round of applause, please.
On your April cows, first place went to 2192, Miss H.C. Riley. 233 with a 4, Heath Waller from Eddy, Texas. Second place in that class goes to 789, Miss Cash Eleanor, 18, Marilee Rink from Rialitas, Texas. Third place in class goes to 983, Michelle Cooper from Paris, Texas. Fourth place is 121, Ty Davis from Lake Harbor, Florida. Fifth place to 1196, Kinley Kasurik from East Barnyard, Texas. Sixth place, 2090, Riley Fitzgerald from Anahuac, Texas. Seventh place went to 1722, Carly Prosella from Hemp Hill, Texas. Eighth place to 269, Carson Gilliland from Sebring, Florida. Ninth place to 1144, Preston Shelley from East Bernard, Texas. 10th place in that class went to 1105, Peyton Stepp from Sardis, Mississippi. Complete placings available on the Showman.app website. We move now to class 26B. These will be heifers born March 1st through April 4th, 2024.
They said there were 15 in this class, obviously some scratch, only ended up with 12. Not gonna send 2 kids out, so I placed them all. That heifer up front wins pretty easy. She's built like a Kardashian from behind. I mean, she is stout, she is powerful, she is opened up, and yet she's got a good look. I think she's lean enough for where she's at in terms of her maturity, for all the width and dimension. She handles it good. Is she absolutely perfect right there behind her hump? No, still looks like a show heifer to me. I like her well. Think she wins easy. Heifer that comes in 2 simply has more power and mass than the heifer in 3rd. Good in terms of her body, not as elite as the heifer up front. Beautiful heifer in terms of design, not enough to her. Heifer in 4s, really stout, really powerful. You can see the problem on her from behind. Hocks aren't good enough. Next heifer is one that I like the hip shape, a female that's good in terms of her length, got to be better moving and better looking. Beautiful heifer in terms of her body shape here. Stout bone female that's just too short and compact. This heifer, again, deep bodied, good in terms of her front end, smooth shouldered, a female that just doesn't go good enough off of her rear running gear. That heifer's lean and fresh, gets underneath herself. The next heifer is one that's long and level, not as good in terms of muscle. That heifer's got a lot of power, a lot of stoutness. She's not as correct in terms of her running gear. Got a stout female at the end that gets that heifer right there has got some body and some shape. She's got to be better in terms of her hip and movement. I like the length of this heifer here. One, though, that just isn't sound enough, too tight in her rib. Give them a nice round of applause.
All right, I think we got this straight. 26B, first place to entry 1773, Miss DSC, 32 with a 4. Uh-oh, man down, woman down. Sniper's got us. That's old Teal Cronky from Winnie, Texas, won that last class. Second place in that class was entry number 1176, Gracie Nunez from Iowa, Louisiana. Third in that class, 939, Baxter Whitworth from Henderson, Texas. Fourth place to 1958, Braden Smith from Brownsboro, Texas. Fifth in class, 143, Addison Tullis, Pasadena, Texas. Sixth place went to 149, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Seventh in class to entry 157, Hadley Morton from Sims, Texas. Eighth in class went to 1346, Ainsley Hayes from Glen Rose, Texas. Ninth to 280, Lily Golden from Grand Lake, Louisiana. 10th place to 159, Leighton Joe Jefferson from Angleton, Texas. Let's turn the page. Move now to class number 27. It ain't split, and it's the last class of the day. Is that correct? Till the drive. Because I turned the page, and I'm at Bread and Own Show. Remind you folks, according to the show rules of the American Junior Brahman Association, all females who are exhibiting in the last class of the day, which would be this one, must either show with a calf at side or be certified safe in calf by a licensed and accredited veterinary medicine doctor. All heifers in this class have achieved and met that requirement. Folks, will remind you the schedule for the rest of the day ain't much. We're going to do a champion here. And then we have the Brahman Foundation Gala fundraiser at the Stella Hotel starting at 7:30. Correct, Melissa? 7:30 this evening. That's what I was told, and I wrote down in the catalog. Is that you?
Come to the final class, the pink heifers, the soundest moving, the best footed, the most functional and flexible, still has some body and shape to her, nice enough in terms of her look. A solid female, I think solid's a good word. I'd like to see her more special to really get into her. I think this heifer stopped, has a great Adele look, lots of power. She's too tight and tentative off of her rear running gear. Heifer in third, stout, big bone, open up. Hip, hind leg, and shoulder got to be better. Pair does a nice job with the calf here at side. Good in terms of her body shape. Calf's nice. Cow needs to be better in terms of muscle and body. Next heifer is stout, powerful and square. Doesn't move good enough. Got another pair here that's long and feminine fronted. Not quite enough to her. Next pair is one that, again, lots of length and extension. Got to have way more muscle and body. This heifer is one that does have a deeper body build. One, though, that's not as good in terms of her structure or her freshness. Heifer at the back. Lots of muscle, lots of power. Got to freshen her up and make her better moving. One more time. I think that's the last class. Give them a big round of applause.
Placings in the last class today, class 27 go like this here. First place to 1734, Miss H.C. Sonny, 218 with a 4, Nicolas Guerra, Rio Grande City, Texas. Second place went to 102, Autumn Reynolds from Sebring, Florida. Third place in class, 148, Anna Gutierrez from Wauchula, Florida. Fourth place, 1978, Rihanna Shepard from Katy, Texas. Fifth place, 672, Zab Stein, Bartow, Florida. Sixth place, 1590, Harper Perkins, Newcastle, Oklahoma. Seventh place, 1721, Carly Prosella from Hemp Hill, Texas. Eighth to 311, Leah Woodson from Hockley, Texas. Ninth to 135, Addison Tullis from Pasadena, Texas. And that's it. Set your drive here for you in the senior division. Let's go back to class number 25A. Those were your June heifers. Your class winner was PCC I'm Speechless, shown by Barry Belt from Huntsville, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Peyton Pitts from Mississippi. Out of class 25B, BCC Lady Pold Laney, 277 with a 4. Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida was on the halter. Second in that class was exhibited by Quinn Paget from Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Class number 26A, your April class. That class was won by Miss H.C. Riley, 233 with a 4. Heath Waller from Eddy, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Mary Lee Rink from Rialitas, Texas. Class 26B, those were the April and mostly and all the Marches and a little handful of the Aprils. That class was won by Miss DSC 32 of the 4, shown by Teal Cronky from Winnie, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Gracie Nunez from Iowa, Louisiana. And in the class just concluded, your champion was Miss HC Sunny 218 with a 4. Nicolas Guerra from beautiful Rio Grande City, Texas. Second in that class was exhibited by Autumn Reynolds from Sebring, Florida. This is your senior champion drive.
Well, we get to ask y'all to clap 2 more times now and 1 more, so y'all better make it good. Give them a big round of applause. Nice weight in, the heifer up front, striking in terms of her presence, good in terms of her freshness. Heifer that's got muscle and mass, gets a little tight in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Heifer out of the next class, really good looking, really powerful. She bothers me the most structurally of any of them out here. Heifer in 3, sound moving, nice bodied. She's a little plain up front. Heifer in 4, Kim Kardashian, powerful, stout, really, really good in just terms of her mass. Still puts together some look, and yet she's more than acceptable in terms of how she moves for that mass. Is she absolutely as sexy as some of we've seen? No, but that's a unique female nonetheless. Heifer at the back, I said in that class, I think she's solid, and she is really sound at the ground, good in terms of her condition. I'd like to see more special parts and pieces about her. Young man, you have the champion. Congratulations to you. Young lady up front, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Teal Cronky and Barry Belt are your senior champ in reserve. We'll catch you up on the names of the cows and all that stuff that people seem to care about. Miss DSC 32 with a 4 is your senior champion. That's old Teal's heifer. And then we'll go all the way back to PCC. I'm Speechless with Barry Belt, your reserve senior champion. We'll set your drive for you now. Here, your grand champion drive. Takes a little bit. This is a big old long show to scroll through. And I'm still just at yearlings. Your calf champion was exhibited by one Cameron Ripkowski way back when, like at 1 o'clock this afternoon. We've been going pretty quick. Heath Waller was your reserve. They're both from Texas. Your yearling champion was exhibited by Wyatt Landry from Louisiana, with Teal Cronky had the reserve. Your intermediate champion, thank you, I appreciate that. Your intermediate champion was exhibited by Molly Jo Cottrell. Lily Larson had the reserve division. Your junior champion was Allie Thane from Lavernia, Texas. Weston Bridges had the reserve division. And your senior champion, that was Teal Cronky and Barry Belt, both from the state of Texas. This sets an outstanding drive for you here in the Gray Female Show at 4:30 in the afternoon.
Well, as we come to the close of the Gray Show, I'll ask y'all for applause in a minute. I want to say thank you for having me. I told you at the beginning I have dreamed of judging this show. It means more to me than what you know. I love this cattle. I love the people that are in it. It has been more than an honor, and I'm not going to cry because I don't believe in it. So I'm going to keep that short. It has been absolutely one of the greatest joys of my life to judge this show right here. And so thank you for that. Like Tom Hanks says, there's no crying in baseball. Cattle out here, heifer out of Class Division 1. I love her until we get to her rear tires. She's beautiful, she's balanced, she's powerful. She's got to be better moving. That Division 2, for months and months and months, I will think about the cattle in that front line. They were so good. They were so fabulous. My close circle of friends will tell you I'm easily distracted by bright, shiny objects. That heifer that wins Division 2 puts a sparkle in my eye. The heifer that was reserved to her, you saw we walked her. She's in contention as well. One of the most unique females in terms of power, muscle, extra exaggerated in look. Again, I said in division, you've got to decide if she's good enough moving from behind. This heifer is another one, young lady. As soon as she hit the gate, I was big in. She's beautiful, she's balanced, she's symmetrical. Everything is proportionally correct. She's a female that I like her in terms of her structure. Does she just get a short, not short in terms of her rear step? Yes, that is getting hypercritical on a sensational female. Young lady won a division quite easily because she had a good-looking female, had mass and muscle. Her hip ties up just a little bit. She's not as stout in terms of her bone and foot. We got a big, stout cow at the back that's sound, one that still has some luck, little rougher around the edges, not as fresh. So I think it's been amazing. The cattle have been great. The quality has been deep. So one more time, give the exhibitors, the breeders, the brokers, all of you, big, big round of applause. I'm going to just say a few words before we leave because I'll probably never get this opportunity again. It has been honest, ladies and gentlemen. I have sent people's cattle at the gate that held me as a baby, and I have used people to win classes and divisions that I have never seen before. And that's the way it needs to be in this breed and every other breed, and there needs to be a lot more of that, and that's just facts. I pride myself on that. I've got a lot of friends standing around ringside that I've known my whole life. I pulled absolutely no punches. I've used the ones that I would load up and take home. To you kids, you are the reason I do this. I beat the roads week after week, week in after week out. because I believe this program is the best place to raise a kid or a child for the things that it does for them, the things that it teaches them, the attributes that they get and they acquire. And that's why I leave my mother and my stepfather and my family and my friends all the time. Thank y'all for letting me do that, because I appreciate it. You know, I'm active on social media, obviously. I see a lot of stuff, and here in the past couple of weeks, I've seen a lot of things about being kind and being nicer to people, and those things are true. And do I think every single one of us need to do all we can to be nicer and to make this a more kind world? Absolutely, and we should. The issue is, more people are going to tell these kids what they can't do than what they can. If you knew how many times every single week, every day, somebody tells me I'm never going to get to do something, you would wonder how I got out of bed and brushed my teeth. And that's just the truth. And so what I'm going to tell you is I want you to be brave, I want you to be courageous, and I want you to believe in yourself. Because the person you are, the person you want to be, and the person you become is worth it. And that is important. Yeah, you can clap for that. And if you will believe in yourself and surround you with the group of people that say you can do it, then there is no limit to what you can accomplish. Take what you learn from this program, put it to what sets your heart on fire and what you're passionate about, and go out there and claim the world, because I am a firm believer in this. If you can dream it and believe it, there is no doubt you can become it, and that is my hope and my wish for every single one of you. Give them one more big round of applause. We'll get you a grand. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Drum roll, please. That's your yearling champion. That's Mr. Wyatt Landry. We'll look up here in just a second. Till Cronky, step up for reserve.
And Molly Jo Cottrell from Wharton, Texas is our reserve. Folks, put your hands together for Ryan Rash one more time. He looked at every swing in one of them. He caught structure and feet and legs under every swing in one of them and did it in damn near record time. Congratulations, all our winners. Thank y'all very much. Our official AJBA activities are over for the day. We invite you to feed some calves and get ready to go to the Brahman Foundation Gala starting at 7:30 this evening at the Stella Hotel Ballroom.